Good morning and maayong buntag sa atong tanan, and welcome to the division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. I am your host for today. I am your division nurse, Jasmine Sarahena Betenol. And in a while, we will start our program. So we will start with a prayer. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. To be followed by the Papansang Awit, the invocation, AVP presentation, and the message from our beloved Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Reynaldo M. Giliana, CESO 5.
Davao City. Life is here. Davao City.
Ang next ay si Ma'am, introduction of participant. 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 Ang next ay si Ma'am, introduction. Ang next ay si Ma'am,
Sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Rahmanirrahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin.
Ikaw ang dahilan kung bakit kami ay lumalaban. Hinahangad namin ang kapayapaan. Ang pagkakaisa ng bawat tao, tulong-tulong sa bawat laban. Gabayan mo ang aming kinikilos. Kami patawarin mo sa mga salang ginawa mo sa kasalukuyan. Hinihingi ang iyong pagmamahal at karunungan. Gabayan mo ang aming si Jesucristo na makapangyarihan. Sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak, at Espiritu Santo. Hinihingi ang iyong pagmamahal.
Maraming nagdadagdag, ngunit Panginoon, maraming nasadagdag, maraming awit ko ito'y sa iyo. Sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita sa iyo.
Good day, everyone. School-based feeding program is one of the major programs of OKI sa DepEd, or the Oplan Kalustugan sa Department of Education. As education must continue, school-based feeding program must also continue. It is a great help to the learners, especially those learners with families belonging to the low-income group, and those learners are identified to be underweight and stunted. This may give a big impact these times of public health emergency, especially to the learners with parents who stop working because of this pandemic. This is very challenging to all of us, to the Department of Education, especially that aside from the usual feeding program that we have, milk feeding is also included. We all know that along with its implementation, we would be able to encounter so many challenges. The delivery of the food and the milk, food safety, the thing to eat that the milk and the food will be given to the learners, monitoring, and at the same time, the manpower requirement. But with our doctors and nurses in the division office, and with the support of our teachers, parents, and all other stakeholders, the barangay captain, counselors, I know that we would be able to implement the program with success. All this, the Department of Education are doing because of our love for you, learners. Be part of the success of this program. All we need from you is your support. Parents, please support the Department of Education on this undertaking, because at the end of the day, this program will benefit all our learners who need the food and the milk for them to become healthy. Once again, good day to all of us.
So, welcome back sa tanan. So, we have with us today our participants, our beloved PSDS, our school principals, SBF coordinator, school property custodian, school inspection and team, school health section, our division TWG. So we have from Maa District, we have from Matina District, Talomo District, Baguio District, from Binugao District, Kalinan District, Daliawan District, General Rojas District, and from Piedad District. We also have from Tugbok District, our secondary integrated schools from Cluster 2, Cluster 5, Cluster 6, and Cluster 7. So, to give her welcome message, let us all welcome our SJOD Chief, Dr. Teresita F. Del Valle.
Good morning, Jasmine. Good morning, Satanan. Let me pay my respect to all the attendees to this seminar, to our school's division superintendent, Rinaldo M. Guiliena, to our two ASDSS, Emma A. Camporidondo and Basilio Manaay. Good morning, sir. And to the to the school health section, members of the school health section, headed by Dr. Richel Aresco, to all district supervisors in attendance, dental aides, cluster nurses, district nurses, our visitors from the National Dairy Authority, from the central office and from the island and from its island offices, to all teachers, SBM coordinators, and feeding focal person, good morning, maayong buntag sa tanan. Kumusta po kayo ngayon? You know, if ever, whenever I have a chance to talk with teachers, I always ask, kumusta kayo? How are you this time? I hope that you are well, healthy, and away from any stress. Because during the implementation of this feeding program, your health condition is very important. You are free from physical and mental stress. You have to be physically and mentally prepared to implement this school-based feeding program. Now, the objective of this activity is to conduct final orientation on the guidelines of school-based feeding program, final orientation. So meaning this is the last before we are going to implement the milk feeding and the school-based feeding. Another objective is to clarify, discuss issues and concerns in the implementation of the program. So to all PSDSS, school-based feeding coordinators, back secretaries, representative from the Bids and Awards Committee, and to all of the participants, this is the time for you to ask questions, to ask clarifications. If ever you have some doubts, this is the time for you to clarify them before we implement the program. This is very important for you, especially in this time of pandemic. Now, this, as the SDS said, that this intervention is difficult to implement, considering that the children are not in our care, they are not in school. But if we are going to unite, we are going to work as one, we can do this para sa bata, para sa bayan, kaya natin ito. This is the time that we can say that this is really real serbisyong totoo for serbisyong Pilipino. To all teachers, to all school heads, and to all of us in the Department of Education, kudos to the implementation of the school-based feeding program. Welcome, good morning, enjoy the activities, and happy Teachers Day. To all the teachers, I salute all of you for implementing this school-based feeding program. So mayong buntag sa tanan o maminaw ta sa mga guidelines. Okay? Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Del Valle. So later po, we will have our open forum. Please save your questions. So the next part of the program is the presentation of the objectives of this orientation. Preparing po for the slides. Sulat nyo lang po muna yung mga questions nyo. So here is the division orientation on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So here's the objectives of this orientation. The first objective is to capacitate the participants on the operational guidelines with emphasis on the school level preparation and financial operations. To orient the participants on the different SBFP forms that needs to be complied to ensure that the minimum health standards in the distribution process of the milk packs or bottles are met, and to effectively discuss and address issues and concerns about the program. So here are the program of activities. So nakalagin na po tayo lahat, no? And then we are done with the opening program. Nakapagbigay na po ng message si Dr. Del Valle. Later is the orientation of the guidelines and the implementation of the school-based program, feeding program. And we have also our health break at 10 to 10:15. So 15 minutes po ang ating health break. We have additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36, series of 2019. And later, yung accounting matters po and the transportation expenses of this program, the cash advance and the liquidation will also be discussed. Of course, may lunch break po tayo ng 1 hour. And then later, after, we will have our milk quality and handling from the NDA, the National Dairy Authority. And for an hour, meron tayong safety protocols to discuss, reminders to implementing schools, and the SBFP reporting forms. And on 3 to 3:45, 45 minutes po na ating open forum. So sulat po kayo ng mga questions and clarifications ninyo. And then after, we will have the closing program. So we have our participants for today's activity. From the DepEd division level, our SDO, ASDS, SDO, the Chief School Governance Office Division, SDO Finance Office, Accountant, SDO Budget Officer, our Medical Officer, our Dentist 2, SBFP, SDO Focal Persons, our nurses, the division nurses, of course, from NDA, National Dairy Authority representatives, from NDA Central Office, Island Offices, from the DepEd District and the cluster level, the Public Schools District Supervisors, the Dentist 2, District and Cluster Nurses, the Dental Aides, and under the DepEd school level, we have our school heads, one school back representative, school-based feeding coordinator, and their school property custodian. So participants may use the comment section to raise questions, and please avoid commenting watching from or good morning, etc. Attendance link will be flashed on the screen at the end of the session. All representations will be uploaded via Google Drive. Link will be posted after the orientation. So do not forget to answer the evaluation link after the session. No evaluation, no certificate po. So reminders. So we will proceed with the orientation proper. Our next speaker to discuss about the orientation on the DepEd Order 36 series of 2019, the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. Let us welcome our nurse in charge, Ms. Jill Michelle Coronel Ano.
Good morning, Ma'am Jazz. Good morning po, everyone. So welcome po to our orientation. So I'll be the one to discuss, as said po by Ma'am Jasmine, the DepEd Order number 36 are the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So first of all, we will start with the rationale. As per RA 11037, or the masustansyang pagkain para sa batang Pilipino, it is the act that provides the inclusion of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the SBFP as additional component to hot meals. The DepEd and DSWD shall coordinate with the National Dairy Authority or the NDA and the Philippine Carabao Center for the incorporation of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the feeding program. For the DepEd po, we are catering the kindergarten as well as grade 1 to grade 6 severely wasted pupils. For the DSWD naman po, sila po, kinikater nila is yung mga nasa daycare centers. For Region 11 in Davao City, ang atin pong partner will be the National Dairy Authority. Objective of this program is to contribute to the beneficiaries' improvement in terms of classroom attendance, nutritional status, and school performance. Pasteurized fresh milk or sterilized milk will be given in addition to hot meals. Pero po, for this year, since meron po tayong public health emergency brought about the COVID-19 virus, hindi na po hot meals ang ibibigay natin sa ating mga learners, kundi dry ration. We will have another orientation po for this new scheme po na gagawin natin for the meals ng mga bata. For now, yung gatas po muna ang unahin natin. Beneficiary scope and duration. The SBFP milk should benefit the undernourished children from kinder to grade 6 who are covered under the SBFP and may include all severely stunted pupils at risk of dropping out, IP learners, and learners from hard-to-reach areas or the last-mile schools. The milk shall be provided to beneficiaries for a period of at least 20 days. So, magda-definition of terms po tayo kung ano po ang fresh milk. Fresh milk, it refers to the normal mammary secretions of one or more healthy dairy animals like cows, buffaloes, carabaos, or goats of local dairy farmers or farms that is free from colostrum, without adding or extracting anything to or from it, has undergone heat processing and intended for consumption as liquid milk or for further processing. For purpose of this program, ang gagamitin po natin is fresh milk. Pag sabihin ho natin na fresh milk, ito po meaning din, same lang po siya ng meaning pag sasabihin pasteurized milk. So it has undergone the heat treatment to destroy pathogenic organisms. The fresh milk to be supplied by NDA with PCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. For sterilized milk naman, bibigay po ang sterilized milk, ang target po nito ng mga beneficiaries will be the ones in the far-flung area. For now po, under discussion pa po ito with the NDA and the central office kung kaya pa po natin siya ibibigay sa ating mga learners sa far-flung areas. Ang sterilized milk naman, it is same with the fresh milk, heated to a temperature to destroy all viable organisms. Of course, clean po siya. Pero ito po it can be stored in a cool and dry room and the shelf life is 6 to 12 months. Kung nakikita po ninyo sa mga grocery stores, yung nakalagay po yung binebenta po natin doon, yun po yung mga sterilized milk natin. The sterilized milk to be supplied by the NDA are packed using the DOI packaging pouches. And the commercial milk is fresh milk sold in the market. Next, of course, alam naman po natin lahat ano po ang meaning ng last mile schools. It is one of the target beneficiaries for our milk feeding, secondary target beneficiaries for the milk feeding. For the policy statement, the DepEd recognizes the direct relationship between nutrition and school performance of the learners. Kaya nga po talaga tayo nag-feeding program kasi nga nakita nga yung yung relationship between nutrition and nag-increase po yung school performance ng ating learners pag binibigyan po natin sila ng meals sa school. The capacity of school children to learn depends to a great extent to their nutritional status and their attendance in school. The milk feeding program complements the regular SBFP and will further support the government's effort to address problems of undernutrition among children. The preference to obtain supply of fresh milk or sterilized milk from local dairy farmers and or cooperatives is pursuant to the policy to help not only in the growth of local dairy industries but also to engage with and benefit the local communities. So hindi lang ho makatulong tayo sa mga learners but as well as the local dairy farmers para matulungan din natin sila sa kanilang negosyo, sa kanilang business. For the government's framework and mechanism of implementation, we'll just summarize na lang po ito. For the BLS, the Bureau of Learner Support Service, School Health Division, ito po yung counterpart ng School Health Section in the Central Office. Sila po policy and operational framework. And sila din po yung nag-partners with the NDA and the PCC. For the Division Office naman, we will coordinate with the regional NDA offices here in Region 11, and our task is to include the market scoping, negotiations, putting call of purchase orders, quality assurance, supervision, monitoring and evaluation, as well as payment and accounting. So for the milk feeding po, wala na hong gagawin ang school as to the purchase of the milk. Kami na po dito sa division office ang magpo-purchase ng milk. All the school has to do is to receive it and to distribute it na lang po to their learners. The NDA and PCC, nagkaroon ho sila ng MOA with DepEd. So they shall be responsible in providing the fresh milk and sterilized milk required by DepEd through the NDA-assisted local dairy farmers and dairy cooperatives. So si NDA na po yung magiging link natin sa local dairy farmers who will supply the milk to our learners in the schools. The service of the NDA-assisted or the PCC-assisted dairy farms or cooperatives may include service for production, processing, packaging, and logistics. Sila din po yung nag-check kung okay po ba yung bibibigay na gatas ng ating mga local dairy farmers or dairy cooperatives. So as said kanina, si dairy farmers and cooperatives shall supply and deliver the required milk, fresh milk, and sterilized milk to the schools. Their service may include the production, quality assurance, processing, packaging, and delivery of the fresh milk and sterilized milk. So in coordination po with the NDA and the local dairy farmers, they will make sure that yung ibibigay po na gatas sa atin is fresh and good for our beneficiaries. So coordination between DepEd and NDA. For the DepEd Central Office po, sila na po ang gumawa ng framework MOA or tinatawag naming Mother MOA with the national din ng NDA and the PCC na main. For the SDOs, meron ho kaming ginagawa dito na operating MOA and the purchase order. So kami na po ang gagawa niyan as well as the progress liquidation report with the NDA. For the schools naman po, ang gagawin naman ng schools is the supply and the delivery of milk. So tatanggap na lang si school and to distribute it to the parents na lang po ng ating mga learners. Mapping of milk supply and schools. For fresh milk supply from dairy co-op, so SDO and dairy co-op selected the schools which can be supplied with fresh milk. So for fresh milk po, we have 2 batches for Davao City. The first batch, kayo po na mga schools ang napili. Then for the sterilized milk naman po from the NDA and PCC, ito po yung mga schools not selected for fresh milk will be further subject to mapping for sterilized milk supply. Pag hindi ho makayanan ng NDA supplyan ng fresh milk, yung mga far-flung schools, sterilized milk na po ang ibibigay natin sa kanila. For the commercial milk naman, still under negotiations pa po ito with the DepEd Central Office and the pinag-uusapan pa po nila yung guidelines po for this. If ever po hindi na talaga makasupply ng maski sterilized milk sa ibang mga schools. Collaboration with the NDA and PCC. So hindi na muna natin masyado itong i-discuss because this is the DepEd Central Office and the main na po na NDA. Hindi ko na ho yan siya dadaanan. Coordination, hindi na po ito. This is for the Central Office na. Dito ho tayo mag-focus. DepEd should ensure the readiness of the schools to receive, handle, and store the fresh milk. So ang ano lang po namin sa school, hinihingi ho sana namin, mag-prepare ho tayo ng isang storage area for the milk kung where po natin siya pwede i-store as well as saan po tayo pwede mag-distribute. Kami na po ito, for the division office na po ito, so wala na hong gagawin ng school na mga PO, PR, wala na po yan lahat, kami na po ang gagawa niyan. For the fund availment and management po, naka-download po ang DepEd Central Office to all the 223 SDOs last October 2019 ng 991,868,220 pesos. So ang ginagamit pa po natin ngayon is the 2019 funds. So kami na po ang magko-coordinate para sa mga back resolution, allocation list, purchase orders. Wala na ho ang gagawin ang schools with regards po sa funds. Ito po, sa amin din ho ito, so hindi ko na ho i-discuss since ang gumagawa naman din po nito is the division office na. Kami na po lahat nito. Kasi yung NDA po magsasabit sa division after matapos na lahat, sila na magsasabit sa division, hindi na po dadaan sa school. Specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk-based products. The milk and milk-based products shall be in accordance with the specification and quality milk standards. So in accordance po talaga ito ng DepEd Order number 13, series of 2017. So ang lahat po ng nutrition facts, na-check na po yan ng DepEd Central Office, na okay po talaga ito na tatanggapin ng ating learners. The fresh milk to be supplied by the NDA PCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. Pag sterilized milk naman po, it will be packed in DOI packaging pouches. So ang makatatanggap po ng first batch po tayo lahat ngayon, will be the fresh milk. Ang magiging packaging po yata nila is parang yung milk bar po dati na mga plastics. Yun po daw ang gagamitin nila for the packaging natin. The mode, schedule, and other specifications of delivery shall be determined by the SDO and the supplier in consideration of the local conditions to be specified in the contract. So ang fresh milk po will be given 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week at the school during school days. For us po, there will be 2 delivery days po. Will be Monday and Wednesday. The school inspection team will be designated by the school head and shall do the inspection upon delivery and sign the needed documents. Use the part also, the ones who will sign po, and the school property custodian and the school personnel. Mamaya po, mas i-reiterate natin, i-discuss po natin itong school inspection team and the authorized consignees. Yung SIT shall do the random inspection, ensure quality and quantity of milk upon delivery, and of course, all milk packs should be clean without leaks and not spoiled. Mamaya, meron po tayong representative from the NDA para ma-orient po tayo paano tumingin ng ating mga milk packs. Kung okay ba siya, pwede ba siya i-distribute, or kailangan ba natin ibalik sa kanila. 2 weeks before milk distribution, beneficiaries will be encouraged to drink milk at home. Yun din po, alam po natin mahirap ngayon bumili ng gatas or hindi talaga lahat naman ng mga learners ay umiinom talaga ng gatas. Pero if meron ho tayong way, maka-orient sa mga parents natin with regards sa milk feeding, kahit through online lang po, we would like to remind them na kung pwede, dahan-dahanin na po nila painumin ang kanilang mga anak ng gatas. Parents' consent shall be secured before the milk feeding. Alam ko po, madami na ho sa atin, nakabigay na ho ng parents' consent. Scanning of children with and without milk intolerance will be done. Those with milk intolerance shall be given half ration only until they are used to drinking milk. The milk drinking activity will be closely supervised by the school officer designated by the school head to ensure that proper handling and cleanliness is being observed. So ngayon po, since wala pong tayong learners sa mga schools, during the distribution po talaga tayo dapat mag-focus. For any adverse effects following the drinking of milk such as gastroenteritis, stomach discomfort, lactose intolerance, so kailangan ho natin bantayan ito, referral to the clinic, teacher, school nurse, or local health unit. So for now, since sa bahay lang naman yung mga bata, usually naman if ever magkakaroon ng milk intolerance yung bata, they will coordinate na lang with their advisor, and then the advisor to the clinic in charge or the SBFP coordinator para din ma-refer natin sa school nurse as well as our medical officer. Then we have discontinue administering milk until such time it is recommended by the health personnel. Storage and control system. The SDO shall ensure effective, efficient, and systematic handling, storage, and distribution of the fresh milk. So on the day po ng delivery, as well as before po ng delivery, the division office will be monitoring po the schools if ready na po ba mag-receive ng ating mga milk packs. The regional office has also informed us that they will be doing monitoring and evaluation po ng ating distribution areas, especially for the milk, and if the school is maintaining the health standards. Their target date po kasi is month of September to November. So iikutin nila. Ang first po na information na dumating sa amin, they're targeting at least maka 50% sila ng schools per division. So, mag-prepare na lang din po tayo. Wala pa po silang sinabi anong schools ang pupuntahan, pero dahan-dahan na ho natin i-prepare ang schools for the distribution. Safekeeping of milk stock shall be the responsibility of the school head and the school personnel. The fresh milk pack shall be stored in a cool, dry place. Sterilized milk pack shall be stored in a secured, clean, pest-free, and well-ventilated area in the school. So ito po yung for the sterilized milk. Boxes of milk shall be piled on pallets. Reporting and recording system, all documentation for the SBFP Fresh Milk Feeding Program component shall be included in the regular SBFP report prescribed by DO number 39 series of 2017 at yung walang kamatayan nating program terminal report. Later po, i-discuss po natin lahat ng forms, ipapakita po natin lahat ng forms natin. For the roles and responsibilities, diretso na ho tayo sa SDO. We are the ones who will coordinate with the NDA, field counterparts, local dairy cooperatives, farmers, LGUs, or NGOs. Orient the school head, feeding coordinators, and monitoring and evaluation from the SGOD. Submit list of recipient schools to the region. Division supply officer shall coordinate with the school custodian. So for us po, humingi na ho kami sa lahat ng schools na included po sa milk feeding na inyong SBFP Form 6. Later po, we will show po updates on the submission of reports ng Form 6. Kasi po hinihingi ng central office as well as the regional office the soft copy of our list of beneficiaries, and for the hard copy naman po, chine-check po kasi talaga siya ng COA. Since for Davao City po, we have 17 million plus na budget just for the milk feeding, kaya lahat po ng inyong sinasubmit sa amin is chine-check ng COA as well as the regional office. Then, of course, the SDO will monitor the compliance of schools with the guidelines, health and nutrition assessment, and other complementary activities. And the SDO shall oversee the implementation of the program at the school level. For the schools naman po, submit to the SDO list of target beneficiaries. Ito po yung Form 6 natin. The school head shall oversee the daily implementation of hot meals and milk feeding, shall designate members of the school inspection team, and shall provide a clean, safe, well-ventilated room for storage. They shall submit on time necessary reports, documentation to the SDO, submit the PTR, the budget allocation to the SDOs with accuracy and validity. Otherwise, school head shall be liable for any discrepancies. The school head shall not refuse the milk supply for the beneficiaries in the school unless proof is shown that external stakeholders undertake the provision of fresh milk and sterilized milk for the intended beneficiaries. For the timeline naman po, binigay mo kasi ito sa amin last March pa, so hindi na ho natin masyado na-follow yung timeline. Pero for now, ang target date po natin ng start ng milk feeding will be on October 5. So the start po of our milk feeding program. So that's all for now. As for the guidelines, Ma'am Jazz.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill. So we will have our health break, our bladder break for 15 minutes. And then meron tayong additional provisions and amendments to the orders 36, series 29. And it will be discussed by our nurse 2, Ms. Roxanne Cardio. 15 minutes health break or bladder break muna tayo.
Nagmurus.
Mute break ko ato.
Huh? Sige na lang.
And so we are back. Welcome back po sa lahat ng participants. So I guess nakapag-bladder break na po tayo lahat. Nakapag-health break na po tayo, no? So before we proceed to the next speaker, may I remind po sa lahat ng mga participants na yung mga comments po natin, we can write po sa comment box on your screen. So doon lang po tayo lagay ng ating mga comments para later. So our next speaker to share on the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019, the draft guidelines. We have our secondary nurse coordinator, our nurse 2, Ms. Roxanne Pardillo Jugarab, RN.
Yes, hello, good morning. Provisions and amendments to our DepEd Order number 36, series of 2019. So, wait ka po, ha? Oh. So, in a moment po, we will start our orientation. So, can you see our screen po? Ganyan po talaga mga ma'am and sir, no, pag live, meron po tayong technical difficulties na nararanasan. Okay, so can you see now the screen? Okay, so today I will be discussing to you the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36, series of 2019, or yung na-discuss kanina ni Ms. Jill on the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So yung nasabi nga po kanina ni Ma'am Jacqueline Betanol, actually approved na po sa Central Office yung ating amendments to DepEd Order number 36. However, publication na lang po yung ating hinihintay. So at this point, the rationale for this program is that the school-based feeding program is committed for the continued implementation at this time of pandemic where health and nourishment of learners are of paramount importance. So included din po doon sa tinatawag nating We Heal as One Act. Kaya po included pa rin ang ating school-based feeding program for this school year kahit po hindi po visible ang learners sa ating mga schools. Next is it ensures their growth and development at the same time boost their immune system. So kaya nga po 'di ba, we provide nourishment to our learners para po maging matatag ang kanilang mga resistensya. It is emphasized that program implementation shall strictly comply with the DepEd required health standards in schools and offices. Meron pong na-release na DepEd Order number 14, series of 2020, where our schools shall comply with the DepEd required health standards. Later on po, we will discuss to you the safety protocols that should be implemented in our schools for the milk feeding, for the distribution of the milk supply to our learners. Now, I will just be discussing to you mainly katong necessary lang po and applicable for the schools. So letter A for our additional provisions. The target date of implementation, as what Ms. Jill has mentioned earlier, we have 3 batches. For our batch 1, the target date of implementation shall be August to September 2020. And they will be needing the fresh milk. Pero however po, since may slight delay na po tayo for our implementation, we will just update you with the um, uh, reschedule of the implementation. Now, for our second batch, it should start on September to October 2020. Again, kailangan din po nila ng fresh milk. For the batch 3, for September to November 2020, they will be distributing the sterilized milk packs. No, so our number of milk feeding days again shall be 20 feeding days. Now, who are our beneficiaries? Our beneficiaries will be the same learners of the school-based feeding program Hot Meals for school year 2019 to 2020. Since nga po yung nutritional assessment natin sa ating mga learners are suspended, ang ating ginawang beneficiaries will be the previous school year beneficiaries. It will be the all kinder to grade 6 pupils. Now, our grade 6 recipients who were promoted to grade 7 will no longer be included since nga po nasa secondary na sila. So, ang papalitan nila will be the kinder students. If the milk allocation is not sufficient to cover the target beneficiaries, undernourished plus all kindergarten pupils, then the feeding days may be adjusted accordingly. However, in our situation po here for Davao City Division, enough po yung ating milk supply, so hindi po maa-adjust ang ating feeding days, as is po tayo sa 20 feeding days. Now, who are our secondary beneficiaries? Secondary beneficiaries, if allocation is still in excess, or if there are beneficiaries who refused milk ration. So, sino po ang pwede nating ipalit or idagdag sa ating mga recipients? These are the stunted learners or yung mga kulang sa tangkad, indigenous peoples, and the pupils at risk of dropping out or yung mga pardos. Now, schools may double feed towards at the end of the required number of feeding days, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. So, since nga po, meron na po tayong slight delay sa ating implementation ng milk feeding, we will just set the dates po and the dates kung kailan po tayo magdo-double feed. So, we will just update you din po with our double feeding. So, parents shall be advised to let their children eat meals or snacks before allowing them to drink milk to avoid stomach ache. Since nga po, 'di ba, merong ibang bata na hindi sanay uminom ng gatas, so we will make them sure na lang po na they have to eat their meals para po maiwasan natin yung pagsasakit ng tiyan. So number 5, what are our delivery strategies? So each school will identify a delivery strategy para po maibigay natin yung ating mga milk packs to our students. Letter A, parents can pick up the milk on designated days and time, preferably every Mondays and Wednesdays. Nakausap na din po natin ang National Dairy Authority nito na every Mondays and Wednesdays po talaga ang ating designated delivery. Letter B, school personnel may opt to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. So our feeding coordinator and any partners in the school or any personnel in the school may distribute the milk packs to our beneficiaries. And lastly, school personnel may coordinate with partners such as the barangay or NGOs to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. So If ever po, intensified strengthened ang ating partnership with our local barangay, so we can tap them also for them to distribute the milk packs po. But I guess most of the schools po opt to choose na lang po the parents can pick up the milk on designated days and time. So number 6, the packaging of our milk. So for our batch 1 and for our batch 2 po, they will be distributing the pasteurized fresh milk. So it would be a 180 to 200 ml pouch. This will be packed in a food-grade polyethylene pouches, or example na lang po natin yung sa Dairy Best na milk bar. Ganyan po ang example ng ating food-grade polyethylene pouches. Now, for our sterilized milk, it will be packed in a retortable doy packaging pouches, or para siyang yung mga baby foods nga na na style. Ingon ato ang iyahang packed. Now, for our 1 liter bottle, since approved na po sa ating guidelines ang pag-procure ng 1 liter bottle for those schools na opted na 1 liter bottle para 1-day delivery na lang po, it will be packed in a food-grade plastic bottles. Number 7, even if the milk packs are to be consumed at home, it is important to communicate to the parents that the program recipients should be the ones to drink the milk. Sharing to other members of the family is highly discouraged. Yun nga po, di ba? Alam naman po natin ang ating Filipino culture, di ba? Sharing is loving. So, kung maaari lang po lamang, ipaintindi po natin sa ating parents na the priority to drink the milk are the beneficiaries. So, letter B, these are the amendments. Amendments on fund availment and management under Section BC 11. Number 2, the estimated cost for 200 ml pouch of milk is 18 pesos. So lahat po ng milk packs is 18 pesos ang budget. Additional cost of 1 to 2 pesos may be allowed as additional transportation cost of milk supplies coming from another province or region. But however, our supplier is situated here in Davao City, so hindi po tayo mag-additional cost of 1 or 2 pesos. For number 5 amendment, the procurement of freezers or refrigerators for the schools and or designated drop-off points shall be done at the division level and shall observe the requirements of Republic Act 9184, and it shall also observe the rules governing semi-expandable properties with unit cost below the capitalization threshold of 15,000 and the issuance of inventory custodian slip to the end user to establish accountability. So, I'll just give you some good news na lang po. Hopefully, if our procurement for the provision of the freezers to the schools and coolers ma-approve, then beneficiary schools will be allocated freezers or refrigerators and coolers. Now, number 3, on specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk and sterilized milk. Number 1, schools division offices and local dairy suppliers shall identify and agree 1 to 2 drop-off points per school or district or SDO for the milk supply deliveries. So we have coordinated again this with the National Dairy Authority. Per district po, naka-allocate na po tayo ng 1 to 2 drop-off points, and meron pong ibang districts na naka-allocate tayo ng 3 to 4 drop-off points since malayo po talaga ang area. So this is coordinated again with the NDA na. Local dairy suppliers shall inform the recipient schools and drop-off point on the schedule of delivery and the minimum public health standards to prevent, spread, and mitigate COVID-19 should be strictly followed. Again, wearing of masks and gloves for both suppliers and consignees, social distancing, highest food safety standards, etc. shall be implemented. Number 3, during the delivery of milk, one authorized consignee and 2 members of the inspection team should be present to sign the delivery receipt and the inspection and acceptance report. Our authorized consignees are the following: the school head, the school-based feeding program coordinator, and the school property custodian. Kaya po kayo identified na participants for this orientation para mabigyang linaw po with regards to the implementation. So for our inspection team, it may be a member of the School Bids and Awards Committee. Since meron naman po talagang na-create na school back, one member of the school back may be identified as the inspectorate for each school. So, next, on the specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk and the sterilized milk. Number 4, schools division offices may arrange the delivery of milk from drop-off point schools, from drop-off points to schools, or the school recipients may pick up their milk supply from the drop-off point. It is the responsibility of the school recipients to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the recipients shall likewise follow. So we are requesting na lang po the respective schools for the drop-off point schools, since naka-identify na po tayo ng scheduled day for delivery, which is every Monday and every Wednesday. So, kung pwede lang po na i-arrange na natin ang ating schedule. For example, it will be delivered by 8 a.m. So, if ever may dalawang under schools po yung drop-off point school, pupunta talaga siya doon on the designated time, which is 8 a.m. para po ma-maintain natin yung freshness ng milk. And it shall likewise follow again for the distribution to the recipients or to our beneficiaries. So I guess that would be all for the amendments of our DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019. So once again, good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Nurse Roxanne Pardillo Jogarap for the amendment. So our next speaker will share about milk quality and handling. And please help me welcome Miss Raylene S. Sanchez and Mr. Warren C. Pagdato from the National Dairy Authority.
Good morning po. Okay lang ba? Hello ma'am, naririnig po ba ako? Can see and hear you. Okay po. So, tuloy na tayo. Ma'am Roxanne. Ay, sandali.
Ma'am Raylene, you may start na po.
Okay po. Sige po. Okay lang yung reception. Okay, sige. Share screen. Share computer. Share screen. Share screen. Hello, ma'am. Nakikita po yung screen ko.
Negative po tayo sa screen, ma'am.
Share screen. Share. Okay, share. Ito, ma. Okay na po.
Yes, ma'am, makita po.
Okay, sige. Good morning, everyone. First, allow me to share with you what is National Dairy Authority, no? Kasi alam ko po, marami pa po sa inyo ang ngayon pa lang po nakakarinig ng ano ba yung National Dairy Authority. So, ang NDA po, we are created through RA 7884 or the National Dairy Development Act of 1995, in which po yung aming mandate is to accelerate the development of the Philippine dairy industry through policy direction and program coordination and implementation. So we are under the Department of Agriculture, an attached agency, a government-owned and controlled corporation. Meron po kaming, we have four major programs para po to accelerate the dairy development sa ating country. One is the dairy herd build-up. Ito po yung pagpapadami ng gatasang baka, baka at kambing para po makakuha po tayo ng maraming milk. And then, yung aming programa po is nagpapautang ng mga baka at saka kambing sa mga interested farmers to engage into dairy business, wherein yung primary kita po ng ating farmer is yung gatas. Kasi araw-araw po nagagatas yung baka at saka kambing after po sila manganak. And then, since meron na pong gatas, we will be helping the farmers na magiging dairy enterprise. Tinutulungan sila paano pagluto ng mga klase-klaseng produkto galing sa gatas po para pagkakitaan ng farmer. So aside from earning from the raw milk, yung mga hindi pa luto ng gatas, pwede rin kumita yung farmer sa pamamagitan ng pag-produce ng mga produkto na gawa ng gatas. One of our major programs is the milk feeding. So usually, as a regular program, we have a budget for milk feeding fund para po doon sa yung purpose po ng aming milk feeding program is to create a sure market para sa ating farmers. At the same time, ma-eliminate po yung malnutrition problem ng community. So yung gatas ng mga farmers, bibilhin ng NDA together with interested LG gatas ng farmer, and then ibibigay po yung gatas na libre doon sa mga bata for a period of 120 days. So yung regular program namin sa milk feeding is 120 feeding days kasi po ito po yung parang based on experience, makikita yung improvement ng bata na sa loob ng 120 days umiinom sila ng gatas. Then we make sure that the milk provided or given to the children and especially to the customers, no, yung mga clients, yung mga bumibili ng milk is safe and of good quality. So meron din kaming program regarding milk safety and quality assurance. So ang we are teaching our farmers how to produce good quality milk and down to the processing and marketing sa mga gatas po nila. So yun po aming program. Ano po yung role ng NDA sa school-based feeding program? So we have collaborated with DepEd in terms of for market scoping, sourcing, and delivery of fresh milk and fresh milk-based products. Kaya po, before po na karoon ng framework of agreement, matinding collaboration at saka meeting po yung pinagdaanan ng ginawa ng ating DepEd Central Office at NDA para po ma-in place po lahat ng mga dapat kailangan with regards to the implementation of the program. Through NDA, through MOA with DepEd and NDA, with DepEd, NDA shall be responsible in providing fresh milk and sterilized milk required by DepEd through NDA-assisted local dairy cooperatives. Kasi po, wala po kaming sariling production ng gatas. And the milk that will be supplied to your schools will be coming from the NDA-assisted local dairy cooperatives. Then services of NDA-assisted dairy farms or cooperatives may include services for production, processing, packaging, and logistics. So yan po yung role namin dito sa school-based feeding program. So kami po yung magsusource out ng supply para po sa inyong requirement na gatas para sa mga schools. So punta na tayo doon sa basic milk chemistry. Yung what is milk? So it is a white liquid secretion of milking animals used for consumption or for further processing but excludes colostrum. So ito po yung kinukuha natin from the mammals. Yung mama, yung human, meron siyang milk. Yung mga female, yung cattle ng babae, siya po yung pinag-extractan natin ng gatas. And then we also get from cows. Other areas or other countries, ginagatasan nila yung kanilang mga camel, para makakuha sila at saka yung mga kalabaw. So yun po yung ang milk na ibibigay natin sa ating mga bata is free from colostrum na siya. Kasi po yung colostrum is napakataas yung kanyang nutrients na dapat lang siya ibigay doon sa mga bata or sa mga guya or sa mga nate ng mga baka, kalabaw at saka kambing na bagong silang lang, para po yung colostrum is ginagamit siya to boost the immune system ng bata. So dapat ibigay yung colostrum right after birth. Hindi siya pwedeng ibigay or kagaya sa atin na pwedeng uminom ng colostrum kasi masisira na po yung ating system kung ngayon pa tayo iinom ng colostrum. Dapat yung colostrum saka siya ibigay right after birth. So after yung colostrum is present during sa milk within 1 to 5 days. So yung gatas na ibigay natin sa mga bata is na siya, yung free from colostrum na siya. So 6 days na production onwards. So this is only a comparison between colostrum milk and versus the normal milk. So makikita ninyo dito sa slide na talagang halos double yung kanyang nutrients compared to whole milk. Kaya dapat ibigay lang siya doon sa period na karapat-dapat lang. Hindi siya pwedeng ibigay anytime sa So yung atin is whole milk na siya ibigay sa mga bata. So yung milk natin, yung basic composition ng ating milk is meron siyang fat na not less than 3%. Tapos meron siyang solid non-fat na 8.25%. And meron siyang water na 87.3%. So, bale, para 13.5% po niyan yung kanyang solids, including fat. Tapos 87.3% yung kanyang water. So, ibig sabihin, yung gatas na in-extract natin from the cows or kambing or sa mama, meron na siyang, sa human, meron na siyang 87.3% water. Pag lumampas pa dyan yung water sa 87.3%, ibig sabihin adulterated na po yung milk. So this is, yung milk na ibigay natin is talagang fresh milk siya. Kung ano yung in-extract natin from the cow or kambing, yun po yung i-process natin for pasteurization then yun na yung ibigay natin. So wala nang dagdag na water, wala nang dagdag ng mga ano pa, yung mga powder na yan. Kasi po, buo na po yung milk natin with fat, solid non-fat at saka water na 87.3%. So meron siyang mga vitamins, enzymes, and gases. So very familiar tayo with vitamin A, with vitamin D, with vitamin E. Yun yung ang milk po kasi is naturingang almost complete food. So halos lahat ng vitamins and minerals makukuha natin sa milk. So meron siyang B1, B2, B3, meron siyang B12, so vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, folate, and vitamin K. So meron din siyang minerals such as calcium, copper, magnesium, manganese, phosphorus, iron, zinc, potassium, selenium, and sodium. So meron siyang fats, absorption of fat, soluble nutrients, example vitamin A. So yung fat, siya yung responsible na mag-absorb ng vitamin A. So kung wala yung fat doon sa milk, hindi ma-absorb yung vitamin A natin. So yung protein, yung body growth and for body growth and repair. So makukuha natin sa ano. So mayroon lactose at saka calcium for strong bones and teeth. Iron carries oxygen in the hemoglobin of red blood cells throughout your body so cells can produce energy. So, makukuha din natin sa milk. Phosphorus, vitamin D, vitamin B12, so on and so forth. So, ito po yung yung study na ginawa ng ating mga nutritionist with regards to ano ba yung makukuha natin sa milk? Ano ba yung makontribute ng milk doon sa regular intake, required energy and nutrition intake ng 6 to 9 years old na female. So kung kailangan niya ng water na 1,600 ml, yung maibigay po ng ating milk is 175 ml, which is 11% ng water requirement ng isang bata na 6 years old na babae is naibigay po ng milk. So yung energy na ibibigay na gatas is 8%, yung calcium niya is 40%, potassium is 37%, iron is 8%, vitamin A is 19.5%, B1 13%, B2 60%, B3 3%, at saka yung yung C na 1%. Vitamin C na 1%. So ito yung maibigay ng milk doon sa bata no na 6 years old. Yung mga pagkukunan natin ng gatas sa ating mga yung pwedeng pagkukunan yung mga source ng ating milk na pagkukunan natin, source ng milk na ibibigay sa ating mga children is meron tayong iba't ibang breeds, and we have this Jersey. It's a breed sa cattle na pwede nating pagkunan ng gatas, and we also have this Holstein. Ito yung mga composition nila. Yung Jersey by 5.5%, yung protein nila is 3.9, lactose is 4.9, as is 0.7, so meron siyang 15% na solids. Yung Holstein naman, nasa 12.2% ang solids. Yung Buffalo, nasa 21.5%. Ito yung sa Carabao's milk. Kasi po mataas yung fat ng Carabao's milk, 10.4%. Tapos yung protein nila is 5.1. So kaya pag nakatikim na kayo ng gatas ng Carabao, parang masyado siyang creamy, no? Creamy compared to other kinds of yung source ng gatas. Then we also have the goat, which is na meron din siyang 3.5%. Meron siyang 3.1 na protein, 4.6 na lactose, as the 0.79%, which has a total of solids of 12%. So, yan yung mga sources natin ng ating mga milk. Dito sa atin, yung sa inyo po, ang ibibigay natin is coming from the cattle, which is a Holstein Jersey breed po ang nila, yung bloodline nila. So, ito yung sa properties ng milk. May color, yung color ng milk is white and slightly yellowish. So, hindi rin siya talagang white, pero may pagka-yellow yung color ng gatas. Tapos, yung freezing point nila is nasa between 0.53 to 0.55 Celsius. Ibig sabihin, pag mabilis po mag-freeze yung milk, pag ilagay mo sa freezer, mabilis yung kanyang freezing point. Ibig sabihin, adulterated na po yung milk, marami pong tubig. Then, it should have a specific gravity na between 1.028 to 1.033 kilograms per liter at 15 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Celsius para po pag lumampas po dito yung range ng kanyang specific gravity, ibig sabihin may adulteration ding ginagawa yung farmer sa kanilang milk. So meron tayong, yung ating mga plants is capable sila to test kung merong adulteration yung gatas natin. Then types of milk. We have the fluid milk, yung tinatawag natin na fresh milk. Yung fluid milk, ibig sabihin liquid siya, na yung ready to drink na siya na milk. Kung ano yung fresh milk is kung ano lang yung in-extract natin from the cow, pinasteurize natin siya, so yan na yung fresh milk. Pag nilagyan natin sila ng flavor like chocolate, strawberry, pandan, yan po ay yung ating flavored milk. Then we also have evap and concentrated milk. Evaporated milk is kinuha natin yung water sa milk, portion of the water of the milk. So magiging evaporated. Pina-evaporate natin yung kanyang liquid. And then sweetened condensed milk, ito yung kinuha natin yung kanyang water, tapos nilagyan natin siya ng sugar. Kaya naging sweetened condensed milk. Dried milk, ito yung familiar yung usual na nakikita natin sa ating market, yung mga powdered milk. Meron siyang skim milk powder. Ito yung milk, fresh milk. Kinuha natin yung kanyang solids na 13.5%. Kinuha natin yung kanyang fat. Ang lalabas niyan is skim milk powder. At saka dinaan natin siya sa spray dryer na process. Kaya naalis na rin yung kanyang water. Kaya naging powder. Whole milk powder is, yun yung milk na, yung whole milk, yung fresh milk, tapos kinuha lang natin yung water. Naiwan yung kanyang solids na 13.5%. So whole milk powder siya. Then cultured milk or fermented milk, ito yung mga cultured buttercream, example, yung sour cream, yung yogurt, yung cheese. So ito yung nilalagyan natin ng culture na tinatawag natin na good bacteria, tapos i-ferment natin yung gatas. Ang ano dito, yung pinaka popular sa atin is yung Yakult, is one of the example of fermented milk. Maasim siya pero hindi siya sira. Yung nagpapaasim po sa kanya is good bacteria. Yung cheese po is nilalagyan din niya ng mga culture para magiging cheese. So, yan yung yung mga kinds of milk. Ito, yung pasteurized milk, yun yung ibigay natin sa mga bata is only heated at 65 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes or 72 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds. Ibig sabihin, sa pasteurization process, pinatay lang natin yung pathogenic diseases na hindi, or pathogenic bacteria na hindi po kailangan ng ating body. Then the sterilized milk, this is, wala po siyang preservative, but this can last for 6 months kahit hindi i-refrigerate. Ito po ay dinadaan sa process na 110 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes or 130 to 140 degrees Celsius for 2 to 4 seconds. So, kahit room temperature lang siya, hindi siya masisira for 6 months. Itong pasteurized milk naman, dapat natin ma-maintain yung kanyang temperature at 4 degrees Celsius para po hindi siya madaling masira at it will only have 7 days shelf life. Unlike sa sterilized milk na 6 months. Then reconstituted milk, this is whole milk powder dissolved in potable water. Ibig sabihin po, yung whole milk powder, yung sinabi ko kanina na inalisan ng water, tapos binalikan lang natin yung water niya gamit yung potable water. So ang tawag doon is reconstituted milk. And this is very popular dito sa atin na bumibili tayo ng mga milk powders tapos dinagdagan natin ng water. So it will become a reconstituted milk. Then move on na tayo dito sa SBF-MFP Quality and Safety Assurance Safety Requirement. Yung formulation ng milk supply is meron siyang 2% added sugar. Kasi po pag yung fresh milk lang talaga siya na hindi natin siya dagdagan ng sugar, baka hindi po siya inumin ng mga bata. So pasok tayo dito sa requirement ng DepEd na yung less sugar yung ibibigay natin na produkto sa mga children. So, NDA will check for processing practices and required records. So, di po namin hayaan yung ating mga milk processors na mag-produce lang ng milk, but NDA will ensure and will check on the processing practices and records of the processor or of the producer para po ma-ensure natin or meron tayong mga traceability records if ever may magreklamo na mayroong sira sa milk, may spoilages. So pwede nating tingnan yung records kung paano nila ginawa or pinrocess yung gatas. Ito yung mga example ng mga forms. Hindi na lang natin ito i-tackle. Then milk supply requirements. Dapat po yung ating mga milk suppliers will undergo and pass the required quality and safety test for 3 consecutive batches. So bago po namin sila i-accredit or i-qualify for to supply milk para sa ating mga eskwelahan, dadaan muna sila sa test, laboratory test for quality na 3 consecutive batches. Ito po para hindi po maging bias kasi po under sa amin or supervised ng NDA yung kaaming mga milk processors, pinatest po namin yung ating milk doon sa Department of Science and Technology. So para po walang bias po sa amin. So yung milk requirement should have a total solid must be within 10 to 12%. So yun yung pinaka-list na tapos may added sugar, mention ko na kanina na hindi mag-exceed sa 2%. Yung total plate count lang ng ating milk is dapat nasa 30,000 colony forming unit. Yung coliform count must be less than 10 colony forming unit, and E. coli must have no growth. So yun yung dapat na yung ipasa ng ating mga gatas sa test. Na dapat hindi sosobra doon sa 30,000 colony forming unit yung total plate count. Kasi po, meron po talagang maiiwan na bakterya sa milk kasi may mga good bacteria po sila. So kaya may count pa rin siya na nalalabas. But itong E. coli po, ito po yung nagko-cause ng yung diarrhea. So dapat walang growth po doon sa test ng gatas. So yan po yung requirement natin. Organoleptic test must be done by evaluation of appearance, odor, and taste. Then storage temperature must be less than 4 degrees Celsius. So ibig sabihin, must pass the organoleptic test. Yung pagtingin pa lang yung gamit ang ating 5 senses, especially the sight, yung pag natingnan natin yung milk, nag-green pala, hindi na siya white, hindi na siya yellowish, but green, parang mayroon na siyang meron ng anong tawag doon? Basta yung green na ang kulay. So ibig sabihin po, hindi siya papasa doon sa organoleptic test. Yung odor, kung maasim-asim na siya, and especially sa taste. Pag sinabi ng bata na maasim yung milk or may amoy na iba yung gatas, so ibig sabihin, hindi na po pasado yung gatas natin for consumption. Tapos dapat i-maintain natin yung ating temperature at 4 degrees centigrade Celsius. Ito, retain sample requirement. We required our supplier na mag-retain ng isang sample per production that will be kept for 8 days. Samples will be discarded after 8 days po. So, ibig sabihin, per production, may maiiwan sa kanilang planta, tinatawag namin yung library sample, kasi 7 days lang po ang ating shelf life. So, dapat magstay yung kanilang sample for 7 days, pagka 8 day na siya, i-discard. Ibig sabihin, pag may problem na ma-encounter within the 7 days period, meron tayong sample na pwede balikan to check kung may diferensya ba talaga yung milk na naibigay sa mga or na-deliver sa mga schools. Meron din, require din kami ng 2% na buffer, 2% na buffer stock. Halimbawa, merong 100 packs yung allocated sa isang school, meron siyang 2%, meron dagdagan na 2 na pakete po para po sa testing. Kasi po yung NDA, yung mga quality control officers namin, iikot po siya sa mga eskwelahan at kukuha ng sample doon para sa i-test yung milk na dumating sa inyong school. So, meron siyang 2% na buffer supply stock. Yung delivery boxes po, requirement natin, kasi po hindi naman kaya ng ating suppliers itong cooler box. So, ito po yung nasa taas. Yung naka-styro box siya, then it should be cleaned, well-maintained, and sanitized. So, pagbigay ng supplier ng box sa inyo po, we request na lang po na linisin na rin ninyo pagkatapos gamitin para pag-swap ng ating pagbigay sa sunod na delivery, babalik ninyo yung boxes tapos bigyan na naman kayo ng another box. So, bali, dalawang box po yung i-allocate ng supplier para sa inyo. One for the first delivery, then second yung isa sa second delivery na. So, iswap na lang yung empty boxes para sa sunod na delivery naman, yun naman yung gamitin or lagyan ng gatas para sa inyong schools. So, dapat lang, request lang po namin na dapat linisin na rin ninyo kasi pag hindi po nalinis yung ating mga boxes, hayaan lang natin sila na matuyo doon sa ating school. Naiiwan po yung amoy ng gatas, especially pag mayroong leakage, may leaks na nangyayari. So, pag hindi natin siya, yung amoy na iiwan sa boxes at saka mali lang po, paglagyan natin siya ng bagong stock, madaling masira po yung ating stock kasi po mag-a-adapt yung mabaho na amoy is i-adapt ng mga gatas. Kasi madali silang mag-attract ng mga bakterya at saka yung mga odor. Ma-transfer yung baho nila doon sa yung amoy doon sa new packs. Tapos yung ating boxes must be labeled with the following: production date, a number of sachets. At syempre, nandyan na rin yung name ng school para hindi po magka-barter-barter or magkapalitan yung ating mga schools. Kasi baka yung ibang 100 packs napunta doon sa mayroong recipient na 300. Tapos yung 300 napunta sa 100 lang yung recipient. So, dapat may label din siya ng pangalan ng schools. Ito, yung delivery natin, napag-usapan na natin na at least 2 drop-off points per district. Pero mayroon tayong mga districts dito na 3 at saka mayroong 4. So, okay na tayo doon. Collection of sample for lab analysis requirement. Pwede yung supplier or QC will collect the sample, then per drop-off point, then store in styro box with ice, then submit to NDA QC. Kung hindi po ang NDA makapasyal or makaikot doon sa mga schools. Para lang to check kung ano yung quality ng gatas na naibigay doon sa mga schools during delivery. So ito naman yung sa storage of SMP, pero hindi natin masyadong concern ito kasi po we will provide naman yung fresh milk natin. So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung sterilized milk product pwede siya at room temperature kahit hindi siya refrigerated, naka-box lang siya, tapos dapat lang malinis yung room na free from pests and rodents. Yun yung sa storage ng sterilized milk. So, dapat hindi siya direct sa sunlight. Same is true with the fresh milk. Dapat hindi rin siya direct sa sunlight. So, ito yung ano yun, yung appearance or ito yung palatandaan kung paano natin ma-distinguish kung sira na yung milk. First is yung change in taste from yung good taste to sour or to bitter. So usually po pag sira na po yung milk, aasim po siya at may iba pa na mapait. O mapakla. Tapos bulge in container. Nagbabulge po, nagaburot yung ating container. So kung plastic sachet siya, madaming air po sa loob ng plastic. So ibig sabihin, kaya may bulging na nangyayari, ibig sabihin, sira na po yung milk. Then fruity and bubbly surface of milk. Meron na siyang bubbles. Kahit hindi mo siya ginalaw, nagbabubble po yung milk. So, ibig sabihin, sira na po. Pero pag yung good milk, wala siyang bubble, pero pag i-shake mo siya, mag-bubble siya. So, good pa rin yun. Pero yung sira na gatas, mag-bubble siya kahit hindi mo siya ginalaw. Then, there is a curd formation. Magtibugol-tibugol na yung gatas. Pero pag frozen yung milk, may tendency na magtibugol siya, pero i-shake mo siya pag nahahalo rin yung fat yun siya, hindi siya sira. Pero pag yung may curd formation, kahit hindi mo siya ginalaw, at saka usually ito nangyayari pag hayaan natin siya sa mainit na lugar. No, especially if it is direct sa sunlight, ito magpo-form talaga yung curd. So, butter taste rancid. So, panis yung amoy. Panis yung amoy. So, during feeding, ensure milk pouches are free from bloats and leakages. So, kung bloated na yung pouch, huwag na natin ibigay kasi most likely sira na po yun. Tapos, pag may leaks, i-report po natin agad sa ating in charge or you may text directly sa supplier, i-report din yung mga number of leaks para po sa sunod na delivery is ma-replace po siya. Then, ayan, report immediately to district or feeding coordinator. Yung mga sira na mga na-notice during sa pagpapainom ng milk. Ito, yung lactose intolerance. Ito yung na ma-experience ng ating mga children na bloating or abdominal cramps, may gas, or usually ang pinaka-severe nito is diarrhea. So, how do we combat lactose intolerance? Araw-arawin lang po ng pag-inom ng gatas. And usually po, kasi mga bata pa po yung ating bibigyan ng gatas, hindi pa po yan sila lactose intolerant. So, ang usually makaka-encounter po nito is yung mga adults, especially those who are not drinking milk anymore. Kasi po, when we were a child, yung pagkasilang po natin, di ba gatas lang man yung ini-intake natin from our mother. So, ibig sabihin, hindi tayo lactose intolerant. Kasi po, meron tayong tinatawag na lactase enzyme which is responsible to grind the natural sugar na nasa milk. Kaya hindi po tayo nakaka-experience, wala po sigurong bata or kung meron man, konting-konting percentage lang po sa lahat ng naisilang na hindi po umiinom ng mother's milk. Kasi po meron tayong tinatawag na lactase enzyme na mag-grind sa natural sugar na nasa milk. Kasi po yung mother's milk meron din siyang sugar. The moment ay hinto po natin ang pag-inom ng gatas, dyan po lumalabas yung lactose intolerance. Kasi po yung ating lactase enzyme is natutulog siya kasi hindi na po tayo umiinom ng milk. The moment na bumalik tayo ng pag-inom ng gatas, kaya makaka-experience tayo ng bloating, na abdominal cramps, may gas, may diarrhea pa. Kasi po, nanibago po yung ating tiyan sa gatas na iniinom natin. So, pag araw-araw tayo ulit umiinom ng gatas, so na ano na natin, maka-counter na po natin yung yung lactose intolerance natin. So, ang advice po namin, especially those children na hindi, especially pag kinder or grade 1, 200 ml yung ating pouch. So, baka hindi nila maubos yung isang pakete. So, pwede natin hatiin yung kanilang rasyon, no? One in the morning and one in the afternoon. Until such time na makonsume na po nila lahat yung gatas. At saka po, pag mayroon talagang maka-experience ng lactose intolerance, yun lang po, dahan-dahanin po ng pag-inom ng para hindi po na sila magka-problema sa kanilang mga tiyan. So hanggang doon lang po ang aking presentation and thank you very much. Hello, ma'am? Okay na po. Pag may question po,
Okay, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Raylene S. Sanchez from the National Dairy Authority. So participants, Ma'am Raylene will be available later po for your questions during our open forum. So to welcome our next speaker, he will discuss about the accounting matters and the transportation expenses, including the cash advance and the liquidation. So help me welcome Mr. Armando D. Dalisay, our accountant 3.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, good morning to the school health section of the division of Davao City, who spearheaded this orientation, as well as all the participants to this forum. Good morning to everyone. So again, I am tasked to discuss matters regarding transportation expenses, cash advance, and liquidation. So, tatlo lang actually ang basic na points kailangan natin elaborate po with regards sa transportation expense. So, una po, yung source of funds for transportation or hauling. Success lang po. So as per DO 36 po, series of 2019, which is subject for amendment, and as stated po ng DO 36, the source of funds should be taken from the milk-based feeding na budget or the excess of the school-based feeding or the MOOE allocation for the schools. So again, as stated sa DO 36, tatlo po yung alternative or option ng source of funds po natin with respect sa transportation, traveling, or hauling expense relative po sa ating milk-based feeding program po. So, i-reiterate ko lang, dun po sa budget intended for the milk-based feeding, if incorporated, kakaalam ko, hindi yata po nasali yung sa transpo at saka hauling. So, the other choice, excess of the SBFP funds. So, school-based feeding program funds, yung excess po niya, or sa MOOE, downloaded funds po ng mga school. So again, those are the source of funds. Second po, o second na question or area is the requirements for cash advance or reimbursement. So since ang involved po ng mga uh, uh, players or participants or the role players po ng ating milk-based feeding program are the schools. So in particular, yun po yung composition po ng school inspection team ng every beneficiary school and the drop-off point school. So sila po yung magki-claim ng traveling expense, hauling expense, or transportation expense. So the same, wala naman pong pagkakaiba yung requirements na piniprescribe ng accounting with respect sa ating regular na mga liquidations. So the same pa rin po yung requirements to cite ang reference ng COA Circular 2012-001 with respect sa traveling expense, the same documents to be accomplished and to be submitted. Number one is yung authority to travel o yung travel order po duly approved and signed by our authorized officers such as yung ating SDS, the same po ng mga signatory yung regular po na ginagamit natin or sinasubmit natin na authority to travel. Number two, yung po yung itinerary of travel natin. So, the same din po, dapat signed po and approved. In case po may changes ng specification or information sa original na ginawa natin na itinerary of travel, example, yung papunta po natin, isang sakay lang, pero nangyari na dalawang sakay, pwede naman po natin siyang i-revise yung itinerary of travel. But then again, yung changes po niya, if nag-increase, subject po siya for justification. And yung justification or yung reasoning in letter form, subject for approval din po yan by our proper authorities. So again, pwede naman po siya i-revise. Pag may changes lang po, pag nag-increase lang yung budget na nilagay natin sa itinerary from versus the original, so meaning tumaas, kailangan po ng justification po yun. Pag nag-decrease or wala naman pong changes, yung date or time lang or but any matters that does not involve amounts, okay lang po yun. Hindi na kailangan ng justification. I-revise pa rin po to reflect yung actual po na nangyari po sa ating itinerary of travel. And then, number three requisites or requirements for the travel expense pertaining po to sa cash advance. In case i-cash advance po natin. So, yun po yung main pala, yung dalawa lang, authority to travel and then itinerary of travel. At saka yung pangatlo po, yung division memorandum po natin. So, i-attach din po natin yung memo to support naman yung ating travel po. So, for reference purposes ng mga signatory, at the same time, most especially sa ating mga auditors para may basis po yung claim natin. Pag naman po reimbursement, yung modes ng ating payment, so meaning abono muna, saka nagpa-reimburse. In addition po dun sa tatlong nabanggit kanina, yung idagdag po natin, number 4, yung official receipts or tickets in case nag-issue ng ticket yung sasakyan. Example, if bus, tickets, if jeep, or other means of transportation na hindi po nag-i-issue ng receipts or tickets, okay na po yung CER or Certificate of Expense not requiring receipt for those amount that does not exceed 300. So 300 and below, CER po siya. More than 300, ayun na po yung RER, which requires na po yung pirma po nung inisyuhan po natin na yung PE po, yung pirma niya. So in addition lang din po sa RER, mas maganda i-attach na lang din po natin or may competent ID po tayo na i-present para naman po for to support the claim of RER, especially pag malalaki na. At with regards din po sa travel expense lang po to, meaning yung kiniklaim po ng ating teacher from his station to the venue or the designated venue. In this case, from school to the designated venue or drop-off points ang ating areas na gagamitin. So, if magtanong kayo, pwede ba ang origin po is from the house. So, for uniformity, sa school na lang po yung gamitin natin since required naman po tayo talaga na manggaling doon sa school. But in case na doon kayo sa bahay galing, okay lang naman. Pero yung gagamitin natin na reference point for uniformity purposes, para matrace natin yung origin ng station nyo is yung official school na kung saan po kayo na naka-assigned. So again, number 4 po yun na requirements, RER or CER. Yun po yung mga requirements po natin with respect sa travel expense. Cash advance, yung dalawa. If reimbursement, additional din po yung, yung tatlo pala, authority to travel, itinerary, and division memorandum. If reimbursement, mag-add na po tayo ng mga RER or CER for the purposes na support ng ating payments, mga yung sinasakyan natin, yung mga PUJs. Ang second po na disbursement or payments na may incur or possible po na mangyayari is ito yung hauling and or transportation expense. Yung hauling or transportation, ito yung pag may meron na kayong goods na ikakarga na hindi practical using yung regular modes of transportation. Meaning, hindi siya pwede na mabitbit lang, hindi siya pwede na ilagay lang sa bag, i-hand carry lang. So, kailangan talagang mag-rent ng sasakyan to deliver or to carry the goods or the milk. So, in this particular case, so ano po yung mga requisitos po ng hauling or transportation? So since po may scheduled naman po ng mga dates na nabanggit po ng previous mga resource speaker po natin, isuggest ko na lang po na gawa na lang po kayo ng contract of service or memorandum of agreement ba or preferred pala yung contract of service with respect po doon sa inyong hauler o yung transporter po ninyo. So as discussed nga po sa aming school health personnel, di po pala pare-parehas yung mga rates. So yung iba ganito daw po yung rates, yung iba ganito. So if ganun po yung case, hindi pare-parehas, i-require na lang po namin na mag-request kayo ng certification from barangay with respect doon sa normal or regular fare ng howling. Yun na lang po yung support natin in case ask tayo na ni COA o ni auditor na di pare-parehas yung howling fee or expense po natin. And yun nga, sabi ko, i-suggest na mag-execute na lang kayo ng contract of service sa inyong hauler para po uniform lahat since this involves series of deliveries or transportation. So, if in case execute kayo ng contract of service, require po natin doon sa contract of service yung competent valid ID ng hauler po o yung other party po na mag-engage ng delivery at transportation. So ano po yung i-submit po niya? Any government issued ID. So kung nagda-drive siya, yung LTO license, pwede na po yun. Basta makita lang po yung pirma niya. Maliit na masyado yung pirma, i-photocopy yung government issued ID niya o yung LTO license niya, pirmahan niya na lang at least 3 dun sa gilid. And then, the same din po yun dun sa inyong contract of service po. Para isa lang po yung i-attach natin na mga requirements or documents with respect sa pag-claim ng hauling or transportation. Malinis po ang natin, yung liquidation, hindi yung paiba-iba. At saka at least may valid proof din po tayo na using yung government issued ID ni hauler. Unlike po kasi sa RER po, yung practice natin na RER, wala kasi tayong contract, valid lang po siya for a particular service lang. So when we say particular service, yung RER mo na papunta, yun lang yung contract nyo. So since series man ito na transportation or hauling, i-contract of service na lang po natin. Kayo na po bahala ang maghanap o through bidding ba or through modes of procurement, kung sino po yung contracting party po niyo with respect sa hauling. So again, yun po yung sinuggest namin or initially na pag-usapan namin with respect po doon sa fees. So as much as possible po, para may support po tayo kakuha, magkano po yung hauling fees, mag-request na lang po kayo ng certification from barangay, yung sa normal or regular fare or regular fees with respect sa hauling. So again, yun po yung mga requisites or documents with respect sa transportation and hauling. Contract of service, photocopy ng valid ID or competent ID or government issued ID ng contracting party, and at the same time yung certification ng barangay sa actual transportation fees po ng hauling po sa from your school or as your official station to the drop-off points. So, mostly, ito lang yung probable na expenses na ma-encounter po with respect sa milk-based feeding program po natin. Yung other charges, if in case na yun nga yung pag-stock ng mga milk na required yung refrigerator, dito sa division office concerned na po yun ang bahala regarding doon. Pero it also anticipates the increase of utilities such as electricity. But then again, for the specific purpose lang din naman siya. So yung increase niya, outsource na lang natin sa MOE natin. Total, yung MOE downloaded funds natin, meron naman siyang savings due to no classes or wala namang mga klase. So again, yun lang yung mga incremental expenses na nakita namin. And in case if there are queries or questions, don't hesitate na inquire po sa amin. Open naman po kami sa accounting, sa division office. And willing naman po kami i-cater po yung mga concern nyo po regarding po dito sa implementation ng program. But then again, make sure lang din po natin yung mga documents tsaka requirements with respect sa liquidation, sa cash advance, at saka payment na kompleto at saka duly signed and approved po ng ating proper signatories or proper authorized officers to avoid yun nga tagalan yung ating liquidation kasi may mga kulang. At the same time, AOM po, maiwasan natin yung AOM natin. So so far, yun lang naman ang main areas po na nakita namin na possible na ma-encounter po with regards sa execution or sa implementation ng milk-based feeding program. Yung isang issue lang po ng school health with respect dun sa school inspection team, yung magpirma ng IAR, i-resolve muna namin bago namin i-relay po sa field so that walang confusion with regards sa implementation. But then again, as mentioned, yun lang po yung common na nakita ng accounting section na possible or probable na most likely na ma-encounter po nyo ng mga expenses. So, Ma'am Speaker?
Tapos na po,
Yes,
sir.
Except if...
Good morning. Good morning once again. Maraming salamat, Mr. Armando D. Dalisay. Once again to all the participants, I'm sure daghan kay tag mga pangutana ani no. Reserve all your questions. Sir Armando Dalisay will be available later on during our open forum, 45 minutes open forum, and as what Sir Armando Dalisay mentioned na they are always open sa accounting po, sa Division Accounting Office. So you can also write your comments on the comment box, your suggestions and questions. Nakikita niyo po yan sa inyong screen. You can start writing your questions for later's open forum po. And also the attendance link will be posted late on screen after the session. So let's proceed with our next speaker. Once again, I will call on our secondary divisioners, Ms. Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap, to discuss about the safety protocols on SBFP. Nurse Roxanne.
Thank you again, Ms. Jasmine. So at this point, I will be discussing to you the safety protocols for our school-based feeding program implementation. So, school-based feeding program safety protocols amidst the pandemic. So, what are our purpose? It aims to reduce the vulnerability of all concerned. So, lahat po ng mga personnel involved for our delivery must be safe and secure. Reduce the transmission of COVID-19 and to ensure safe delivery of milk or food packs to our beneficiaries. So we have three processes po, mga ma'am and sir, for until the delivery of the milk. So first is the food production or the factory. So doon po manggagaling ang preparation natin sa ating milk. Next will be the delivery to drop-off point schools. Next will be the distribution to households or to our beneficiaries. So first is for our food production or for our factory, we will conduct an on-site inspection. So food business operator is compliant to implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act number 10611, or also known as the Food Safety Act of 2013. It is an act to strengthen the food safety regulatory system in the country. So food handlers must wear appropriate and protective clothing such as hairnet or caps, mouth guard, masks or apron, closed shoes and gloves. Food handlers must also have an updated medical certificates para ma-ensure lang po talaga natin na lahat po ng magha-handle ng pagkain or ng mga milk is free from any illnesses. So exclude ill, sick, or infectious employee in the work area. Next, they should practice good personal hygiene, such as washing hands before and after handling of food. And they should follow the rules and the process flow in the workplace. Areas and food equipment must be clean and in good condition. Equipment used to comply to the government and industry standards, and it must be free from hazards. The factory must also have an updated sanitary permit. So yearly po, we must ensure po that the permits of the factory must be updated since yearly nga po, 'di ba, na nag-update tayo ng kanilang sanitary permits. So safe and quality water supply, and the factory must also have a certificate of compliance or the COC and the license to operate or the LTO. So at this point, we will proceed to the delivery and receiving from the drop-off point school. Since meron na po tayong na-identified na mga drop-off point schools, this must be implemented in your respective schools. So number one, it must be there must be a strict enforcement of DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, or the guidelines on the required health standards in basic education offices and schools based on DOH Administrative Order Number 15, Series of 2020, or the guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. There must be a mandatory temperature check, provision of the foot bath, filling out of the health declaration form, hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol shall be done upon entry to the school or to pick up from the drop-off point premises. Number two, all schools are mandated to have an online school health declaration form that includes, number one, significant signs and symptoms such as cough, colds, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. So, pwede po tayong mag-seek ng help to our respective ICT coordinators para po makagawa po tayo ng online health declaration form. It must also include data for contact tracing and other pertinent personal data needed to be filled up by all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers. So the online school health declaration form decreases the possibility of contracting the virus by discouraging the use of paper and shared writing materials. So kaya nga po tayo gumawa ng online health declaration form para malesen natin yung pag-transmit ng virus to one another. So if ever naman po the schools has insufficient internet connection, a printed health declaration form may be used, but sharing of writing materials such as ball pens and pencils is discouraged. So if ever talaga mga ma'am and sir, hindi natin maiwasan na poor ang ating internet connection, please let them inform na lang po the parents, the delivery staff, to prepare their own ball pens. Number 3, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers shall answer the online health declaration form a day before the scheduled pickup and delivery. It is also reminded that failure to do so and those with significant signs and symptoms of COVID-19 means that they won't be allowed in the drop-off point schools or school premises for that day. Number 4, we will also, if we have identified barangay pickup points, it is also suggested that printed health declaration includes, number 1, signs and symptoms such as cough, colds, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. Data again for contact tracing and other pertinent personal information needed or required to be accomplished by all participants present in the area. So in terms of our receiving naman po from the drop-off point school to the recipient schools, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers who are scheduled to deliver and pick up the milk shall wear face mask, face shield at all times while at the drop-off point schools. Number 6, physical distancing of at least 2 meters shall also be enforced at all times to ensure reduction of possible transmission of infection. We all know naman po that most of the schools in this division has implemented the DepEd Order Number 14, yung DepEd Required Health Standards po natin. So, again, during the delivery of meal, kailangan lang po talaga natin i-strengthen again and i-enforce ang pag-implement ng strict health standards, minimum health standards. Number 7, proper scheduling shall be observed by all drop-off point coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point area for every 10 minutes. Kaya nga po, we are encouraging po the drop-off point schools to coordinate with your respective recipient schools na kung pwede, by schedule po talaga ang ating pag-pick up sa school para po malimit ang tao and maiwasan po natin na ma-acquire kung ano man po yung possible yung risk of having COVID-19. Number 8, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors and volunteers are required to wash hands with soap or disinfect hands using the 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol before and after touching the milk or food packs. Number 9, directional flow of people inside the schools or the drop-off point facility should be strictly observed at all times. Entrance only and exit only doors and gates shall be established for this purpose. So later on po, mga ma'am and sir, during the discussion of Ms. Jill, she will have an example floor plan, kung tawagin namin, para po ma-visualize lang po natin kung paano po yung entry points and exit points for the delivery and for the receiving of the milk supplies. Number 10, all school heads and drop-off point facility coordinators shall maintain records of the online health declaration and contact tracing data for future reference. Importante po talaga natin na i-keep ang data if ever po na kung yung pumunta sa school na yon is identified siya as close contact or positive, simba ko palayo, no? meron po talaga tayong panghahawakan na data para mabilisan natin, ma-fast track natin ang pag-conduct ng contact tracing. Now, I will discuss the distribution from the school to be picked up by the parents. So again, number 1, strict enforcement again of DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, mandatory temperature check, provision of the foot baths, filling out of the health declaration form, and hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol shall be done upon entry to the school premises. Number 2, all parents or guardians, volunteers, and teachers who are authorized and scheduled to pick up the milk or food packs shall wear again face masks and face shields at all times while at the school premises. Number 3, proper scheduling shall be observed by all schools and SBFP milk coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. Again, it is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point or area for every 10 minutes. And ipa-ensure na lang po talaga natin sa mga parents no na hindi na nila isasama yung bata upon the pick-up to the school kasi yun nga po, 'di ba, bawal po lumabas yung under 21 years of age. So number 4, all persons entering the school premises shall wear face masks and face shields. Number 5, schools shall provide a waiting and pick-up area with proper ventilation for parents. Physical distancing of at least 2 meters shall be observed at all times. Number 6, upon distribution to parents, the school-based feeding program coordinator or the volunteer shall disinfect their hands with 70% isopropyl alcohol or ethyl alcohol before handing the packs of the milk or the food over to the recipient. And we should also ensure po na every after delivery or every after distribution po of the milks to our beneficiaries or to our parents, kailangan din po talaga natin i-disinfect mismo yung school, like yung mga nagamit like tables, and chairs, kailangan din po natin i-disinfect yun. Now, if the school opted to deliver this to the households, ano po yung kailangan din natin gawin? Number 1, we should observe the protocol for the delivery of milk or food packs to households. So, kailangan natin i-ensure na gagamit pa rin si school personnel ng mga PPEs, yung face mask, face shield, and disposable gloves. And again, disinfect hands using the 70% alcohol before and after handing the milk or food packs to any member of the family. And i-ensure po din natin na as stated earlier sa ating guidelines, kailangan din po na kung magde-deliver tayo sa bahay, kailangan din po talaga natin na within 1 hour ang pag-deliver para po hindi madaling ma-spoil ang ating mga milk packs. And lastly, household representative or parents or guardians must ensure that after receiving the milk or food packs, the parent or guardian shall disinfect his or her hands using the 70% alcohol solution. It is strongly advised that the milk or food be placed in a cold storage to keep it fresh until consumed. For no refrigerators at home, parents or guardians are encouraged to store milk pouches in insulated containers such as ice coolers or styro chests with ice packs. Number 4, store the wrapped bread in a clean, dry, and cool shelves. Lastly, be sure to store the fresh fruits and vegetables in a refrigerator or cooler or at or below 4 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit within 2 hours of peeling or cutting. Always use clean containers to store washed or prepared vegetables and fruits. And remember to keep fresh produce away from any raw meat, poultry, or seafood when preparing or storing it. So, a gentle reminder lang po for each and every one po, no, for the implementation of the school-based feeding program, we shall ensure lang po talaga that what we are doing is clean and safe for all of the personnel involved. So I guess that would be all, and once again, good morning.
So maraming salamat sa ating secondary nurse coordinator, Miss Roxanne Jugarap. So maaga po tayong natapos ngayon. So we will have our early lunch break and we will be back at 12:30 p.m. Kain na muna po tayo.
Luto muna tayo.
Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFP recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFP recipients of communal elementary school are average performing students. Improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program.
At kabataan, kalusugan ay mahalaga.
Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd.
Good afternoon, and once again, welcome back to our first batch on the division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So to start off, I would like to call on our last but not the least speaker for today, our nurse in charge, Miss Jill Michelle Ano, to discuss on the SBFP reporting forms and reminders to implementing schools. Nurse Jill?
Hello, Ma'am Jazz. So, ako na po yung last natin, not last but not the least speaker po. So, just let me share my screen. So as discussed po by Ma'am Roxanne kanina, the safety protocols, these are the reminders for the implementing schools. Reminders during the distribution of milk. So sabi nga ni Ma'am Roxanne kanina, dapat i-observe ng school the minimum public health standards should be met. So yun yung mga sa store for the storage room for the milk, dapat meron tayong entrance, designated entrance, exit, waiting area, receiving area, area for signing of documents, as well as all health precautions should be met by the school. Yung disinfection natin, foot bath, etc. Ito po yung sample lang natin na floor plan. Pwede ho ninyo i-personalize ito per school. So for example, for the drop-off point school, meron ho tayong magiging waiting area kung bawa dumating na yung mga suppliers natin, yung from the NDA, yung ating mga dairy cooperatives. For Davao City po, ang ating supplier will be the Kim's Milk as well as the Gonzaga Farms. So pwede natin gawin dito ang waiting area sa kanila, magpapasok po sila sa entrance. Sa entrance po, dapat meron tayong foot bath, meron tayong station kung pwede saan mag-hand wash or mag-alcohol. Disinfect po tayo. Pwede tayo may receiving area as well as area for signature. In the receiving area, doon po tayo mag-random inspection of milk supplies by the school inspection team. Dito tapos meron tayong area kung saan pwede natin i-arrange yung supplies. And then the last po, yung area for signature. As stated po kanina, ang ating IAR and delivery receipt should be signed by the SIT and the authorized consignee. Of course, meron din tayong designated exit. Hindi po pwede balik-balik yung ating mga personnel as to decrease po yung ating contact with other persons. Sample din po ito for the drop-off point school to beneficiary school representatives. So ito na po yung mga ibang schools pupunta sa ating identified drop-off point schools kung saan nila kukunin yung kanilang milk supply. So same lang din kanina, may waiting area, may entrance, so dapat po na meron tayong disinfection area dito. So, and then random inspection of milk supplies by the representative of the beneficiary schools, and then i-release, and then magsasign na po sila. And then exit. Pwede ho ninyo itong i-personalize, hindi naman po talaga na kailangan ninyong i-follow, depending na lang po sa area na available sa school. Sample lang po ito. Then next, we have the school releasing to parents and guardians. So same, may waiting area, entrance. So dapat dito po mag-disinfect sila banda sa may entrance. And then ang ginawa na lang mo namin, difference po nito is nauna po yung area for signature. So pipirma muna yung parent and guardian, and then dito po sa releasing area, naka-prepare na po yung mga milk packages natin para pwede natin siyang kukunin na lang nila kung pwede siyang nakalagay lang sa upuan, naka-cellophane na po siya, and then pick up lang po yung mga parents. Alam po namin na yung schools po ready na po kayo for your releasing of modules. Para ganun lang din po ang gagawin natin. This is for if ever yung parents po ang magpipick up sa schools natin ng kanilang milk packages. So for the drop-off point schools, fresh milk will be delivered between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week. So for Davao City, it's preferably Mondays and Wednesdays at the school during school days. And then we shall have the school inspection team or the school back members. Kaya po kasali po yung ating mga back members sa school designated by the school head. It is important po that the school head shall assign at least three members po ng school inspection team. Kasi nga, yung ating IAR, dapat sign kasi siya by at least 2. So kung absent yung isa, at least meron pa po tayong 2 na maiiwan, magpipirma ng IAR. So ano po ba yung gagawin ng ating school inspection team? They will do the inspection upon delivery and sign the needed documents. So yan yung IAR and the delivery receipt. Inspect the goods and ensure that they are in good quality for consumption of the beneficiaries. Accomplish and sign the inspection and acceptance report, yung IAR form, at least 2 members of the SIT that needs to sign this form as proof that they have received the specified quantity and quality of milk. Also, the SIT shall do a random inspection of milk packs every delivery as to the quantity and quality of milk, and reject all milk packs that are unclean with leaks and spoiled, subject to replacement by the supplier using their buffer stocks or on the next delivery. So as discussed nga kanina by Ma'am Rydin from the NDA, ano po yung ating mga kailangan tingnan sa ating nare-receive na milk. So signs of spoilage, ito na po yan kanina. Sino po ba yung authorized consignee? So school head also shall assign the authorized consignee. Ang members po natin will be, of course, number 1 si school head, feeding coordinator, as well as the school property custodian. So the school property custodian or the school person designated by the school head for the purpose shall accept the inspected goods and sign the acceptance portion of the IAR. Mamaya po ipapakita natin yung itsura ng IAR for the milk feeding. The designated personnel shall fill up the SBFP Form 5 list of authorized consignees. So again, later on, pakita din po natin yung SBFP Form 5. Ito po yung inspection and acceptance report. Ito yung sinabi po ni Sir Dalisay kanina na we are still trying to resolve po kung pwede ba na si drop-off point schools na lang ang pipirma or need pa ba na lahat ng mga schools magpirma ng IAR. Ang part po na ito, this will be the part where at least 2 members of the school inspection team shall accomplish and sign the IAR. So dito po yung si SIT or si school back. So nandito po sila. And then dito po na part, ito yung acceptance portion. Dito sa baba, ito. So the acceptance portion is to be signed by the school and or property custodian. Yan yung sila, yung authorized consignees dito po pipirma. For now po, yun nga, pag-usapan po namin ng accounting, pag okay na, magre-release po kami ng template, lalagyan na po namin na agad ng description, lahat po ng nakalagay dito. All the school has to do na lang is to write the unit or ilan po bang milk packs ang mabibigay sa inyo per delivery. This will be provided by the schools. So pag-uusapan ho namin kung si drop-off point school ba lang ang magpro-provide or all schools ba need mag-provide. Kasi po, for the signatory purposes. For the SBFP Form 5 po, this form shall be filled up by the school drop-off points to be given to the NDA, dairy cooperative supplier. On the first delivery of milk, only authorized consignees are allowed to receive the goods. So bakit po kailangan natin to fill upan? Kasi po, nandito nakalagay yung lahat ng authorized consignee as well as bibigay ho sila ng kanilang specimen signature para subject to the validity na ang tumanggap talaga ng gatas is from the school. So kailangan ito i-submit sa mga magde-deliver sa schools from the NDA. Then we have the SBFP Form 5A for schools. Ito naman po siya, gagawin ho ito ng schools to be submitted to your district and cluster nurses. It will be submitted in both hard and soft copies on or before September 21, 2020. Memo po nito is to follow pa. By next week po, i-release na namin yung memorandum as to the submission of the Form 5A. For the 5B naman, it's the same as the 5A, pero this will be the district consolidated. So ang gagawa ho nito is the district nurse as well as the cluster nurses. So kung sa 21 po, magsasubmit ng schools by the 25th of September po, dapat makonsolidate na lahat ng district and submitted to the division office. Kailangan po kasi natin itong ma-comply lahat before po tayo mag-start ng ating milk feeding. Next, during delivery of milk, i-reiterate lang po natin, the identified personnel that should be present during the delivery. So si school head, as said po kanina, shall identify a school inspection team composed of 3 and 3 authorized consignees din. So pag mag-deliver na po ng milk, dapat nandoon si school inspection team as well as 1 authorized consignee. So 2 for the SIT and 1 authorized consignee, because this personnel will sign the delivery receipt as well as the inspection and acceptance report. This will be prepared by the school. The template will be forwarded lang po sa school. All you have to do is fill up na lang po sa number of packs na needed. Again, it is the responsibility of the recipient schools to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the recipients shall likewise follow. So, di ba, ang delivery po natin is every Mondays and Wednesdays. So, before pag-deliver po, much better po pag-deliver, diretso pick up na po ng ating mga recipient schools or within 1 hour. Pagdating po sa schools natin, gagawa po tayo ng schedule as to when po magpipick up yung ating mga parents ng mga beneficiaries. If ever po, yung parent, Monday na deliver, dapat Monday din mag-pick up. Hindi ho na-pick up nung parent nung Monday. They have until Tuesday po to pick up the milk packs. Pag Wednesday na po kasi, baka hindi na ho masyado fresh yung milk na makukuha nila. So, hindi na ho siya pwede. Dapat on Tuesday po, they have at least 24 hours to pick up the milk in their respective schools. Reminders during the distribution of milk drop-off points and for the school recipients. So, for the drop-off point schools po, gumawa ho kami ng template for the distribution list of milk supplies to school recipients and distribution list of milk supply to parents and guardians. So kung drop-off point school ka, dalawa ang distribution list mo. Yung listahan kung kanino po ibibigay na schools, yung kanilang milk supply, and of course, yung distribution list din for your beneficiaries naman, yung parents and guardians. So for the recipient schools, yung distribution list lang to the parents and guardians ang need nila. Ito po yung sample ng ating distribution list of milk supply to recipient schools. I-open ko na lang po yung ating Excel file para mas makita po ninyo. Makita po ba? So, meron kasi tayong ibang districts or ibang schools na dalawa po yung kanilang marireceive. Both in sachets, nakapack siya, and naka-bottle, naka 1 liter na. For example, si pick drop-off point school ko na si Kapitan Tomas, meron siyang si wireless na naka-bottle, pero si Talmahil naman niya is nakapack. So, ang ginawa ho namin, different po. In one page, pwede po for the sachet delivery. And then, sa baba po, for the bottles. So, ang ating gagawin po is fill upan lang po ito ng drop-off point schools. So, lagyan niya ng district or cluster where the school belongs. The name of the school, wala na po ito. Name of the drop-off point school. So, for example, Kapitan Tomas. So, if ever, since for the sachets po, we will have every 2 weeks po yung delivery. So, magkakaroon ho tayo ng 8 deliveries. Kasi nga, good for 20 days. So, that's only 4 weeks. Makita pa po ba yung screen? Excel? Hindi na. Okay, sige po. Wait, ha? Yan po, sir. Kita na. Okay po. Sige po. So, ito po, yung Excel file. Yung kanina pinakita ko naka-PowerPoint, naka-picture lang po. Mas maklaro po kasi ito na part. So, fill upan lang po ito ng drop-off point school. So, kung anong district and cluster siya. And then the name of the drop-off point school. Meron kasi nga, as said kanina, may isang drop-off point school, pwede siya packs and naka-bottles po yung matatanggap niya. So, for the release batch po, if ever sa shade delivery or yung naka-packs po natin, there will be 8 deliveries. Since good for 20 days and that will be 4 weeks, so twice a week, so there will be 8 deliveries. For example, October 5, datang first day of delivery. So, ang ilalagay dito is 1 of 8 deliveries ang mangyayari. Ang gagawin po ng drop-off point school, ilalagay niyo, for example, Kapitan Tomas yung drop-off point school, ang kanyang recipient schools will be the Palme Hill. Sa Shea ang kukunin niya. So, type na lang niya diretso. Hill ES. Quantity of packs, for example, meron siyang 100 beneficiaries. So, it's since Monday na deliver, good for 3 days. So, 100 times 3, good for 3 times 3, good for 3 days kasi. So, 300 packs ang na-deliver. Then, isusulat na lang po kung sinong naka-receive and then signature nung nag-receive and then kung sino po yung nag-release. Pero ang isang recipient school po naka-assign sa Kapitan Tomas is wireless, naka-bottle po sila. So since ang bottle po is good for 1 liter po kasi per bottle, good for 1 week na siya, ang gagawin na lang po is 1 out of 4. Since 4 weeks, once a week lang, so 1 out of 4. Since first delivery naman ito. So lalagyan niyo ng name ng school, quantity or number of bottles, for example, since 100 lang din siya, good for 2 days delivery, so 200 bottles lang. Kasi 2 days, kung Wednesday siya, so 300 pa rin, 1 pa rin, sorry po, 100 lang. Kung 100 po yung beneficiary niya, since ang 1 bottle is good for 1 week, so 1 bottle per child lang. So same number of bens lang siya. Same lang din po, received by and then signature released by. Then for the distribution list po to the parents, yan ko lang po. Ito na po yung gagawin ng mga school, recipient schools natin. All schools po that will be releasing the milk, ito po ang gagamitin na form. So same lang po, lagyan ng district and cluster, anong school, release batch number. For example, yung kanina yung Palma Hill, naka-packs siya. So dito siya, ang gagawin niya, batch number 1 yung na-receive niya, first batch. So, mangyayari, ito, i-check na lang po niya ito na box out of 8 deliveries. So, first delivery no October 5, out of the 8 deliveries po. So, quantity release per child since Monday po is 3 packs per child. And then, naka-packs po siya, naka-ml. Pag naka-bottle naman, so lalagay lang natin, 1 bottle per child, pero dito na po tayo sa 4 po. Since 4 deliveries lang po if naka-bottle siya. So, dito sa baba, ang name of beneficiary and grade and section will be the same as every release. Of course, hindi naman mag-change na yung ating beneficiary. So, pwede ho, i-type na natin agad lahat ng names ng beneficiary as well as their grade and section. And then, sino na lang po ang magre-receive, dun sila na po ang magsusulat ng pangalan nila dito, signature and date. As yun nga yung sabi kanina, meron kasi ibang parent, baka hindi nila makuha ng Monday and Wednesday, the next day pa, at least malalagay ho natin anong date talaga nila nakuha. And then, the released by. Kung sino po nag-release. Okay. Ito na tayo. Next form po, we have the Form 7. This will be filled up by the recipient schools. So every time po na madedeliveran po tayo ng milk, fill upan po ito ng recipient schools. Sa Excel po tayo, Form 7. So every delivery, kailangan ho ito fill upan ng ating schools. So for example, nakapack si school, nakasachet. So meron ho siyang 8 sections, 8 sets na fill upan. And then sa pinaka-last po, need ho natin, after the 8 delivery, need ho natin i-grand total. And then you will submit, the school will submit this to your district nurses In return, si district nurse, siya na po yung magko-consolidate. So this is for all schools po. All recipient schools. For the Form 7A naman po, this will be filled up by the school drop-off point to record the milk volume received from the local dairy suppliers and then distributed to the recipient schools. Wait lang po. Mag-share tayo ng screen. Makita, Sir Gilbert? Okay na. Lumabas. Okay na. So ito pong form yung 7 for recipient schools, pero si 7A po will be filled up by the school drop-off points. Kung bale, summary po per delivery. Ilalagay nyo yung number of schools and then ilalagay nyo yung number of beds and then number of allocation of milk. So since kanina si Palma Hill, 100 beneficiaries lang siya. Since Monday din-deliver, good for 3 days, so 300 po yung allocation of milk niya. Date delivered, October 5. Kung i-add niya lahat, 300. So 300 ang na-deliver for the new. Sa replacement naman po, bawa merong nasira, meron siyang i-replace na 20. So new plus the replacement will be the total, 320 na po yung nabigay sa school na yan. For the 7B, ito po yung consolidated na Form 7. This will be filled up by the district and cluster nurses. So, pag-submit po at the end of the milk feeding, i-consolidate na lang po ng ating district nurses to be submitted to the division office. Reminders for the implementing schools, ito po yung forms natin nakasummarize na. We are still going to submit po the SBFP Form 2. Ano po ba yung SBFP Form 2? Baka nakalimutan na po natin, pero since feeding recipients na po lahat, i-remind ko lang po, the SBFP Form 2, ito po yung parang directory natin ng mga schools. So each school shall submit to your district nurses to bring them and then to be submitted to the division office. Next, we have our SBFP Form 5, yung list of authorized consignees nga natin kanina, submitted by all beneficiary school to be given to the NDA or daily cooperative supplier on the first day, first delivery of milk. For the SBFP Form 5A po, list of consignees per school. So in hard and soft copies po, please submit to your district or cluster nurses. Deadline will be by September 21, memo still to be released, as well as the Form 5B, yung consolidated na po ng Form 5A natin, submitted by the 25th of September to the division office. Still memo to be released by next week po. Naka-draft na, magda-draft pa po kami ng memo for the release. At least po advance information na po tayo. Then ito pong Form 6A, yung list of beneficiary schools natin, actually naka-memo na tayo, the Division Memorandum 722 Series of 2020. Ang deadline ho natin was July 31 school to district and August 5 for district to the division office. For now po, ang ating updates po for the submission of report, we're asking po kung pwede masubmit na po natin ang ating SBFP Form 6 or the list of beneficiaries. Since kailangan ho natin masubmit ang soft copy nito, i-email po namin for the Division of Davao City directly to the central office as well as the regional office. For the hard copies po, kailangan ho din namin for COA purposes. So, for the secondary, for the IS, since the integrated schools po, meron silang feeding and then it is handled na po by our clusters. So, again, pa-submit na po kami since we are already consolidating. We need po the hard, both the hard and the soft copy. Then, for the Form 7, summary na lang po ito. For the Form 7, milk deliveries per school, submitted by all the schools, submitted at the end pa po ito ng ating feeding. For the 7A, for the drop-off point schools, still to be submitted at the end pa po of the feeding program. And then the 7B will be the consolidated Form 7, still to be submitted pa by the end of the milk feeding. Okay? So, I'm done na po. Ma'am Jazz?
Thank you very much, Miss Jill. We will now proceed to our open forum. So we will now proceed to our open forum. So we allotted 45 minutes ba? 45 minutes for this. I hope hindi po siya mag-abot ng 45 minutes. Anyway, so we welcome back our speakers a while ago to be with us on this open forum. Ma'am Rylin from the National Dairy Authority. Sir Dali. Hello, ma'am. Welcome back po. We are now on our open forum, ma'am. And also, we would like to welcome back Mr. Dalisay, our division accountant, and two of our division nurses, Miss Jill, our nurse in charge, and the secondary nurse coordinator, Miss Roxanne. So, they are here with us once again to attend to your needs and to answer your questions po. So we have here our first question under our comment box, no, from Ma'am Elizabeth Garay Ayag. Suggestions lang, pwede division to the dairy na lang ang mode of payments, ani, para receive na lang mi sa milk product. And kami naman ang bahala sa distribution. Because as of now, we are lacking of teachers in school. Wala na po kaming mga academic teacher to cater such work. May mga advisory na po sila. Suggestions lang po.
Okay po, Ma'am Ayag. For the milk procurement po, division office na po talaga ang magpo-procure niyan, ma'am. As well as kami na po gagawa ng PO, the back resolution, the PR, kami na po lahat, as well as the liquidation. Ang sa schools na lang po, ang need na lang po problemahin for the milk feeding will be the transportation expenses as discussed po by Sir Delisay kanina. So, hindi na ho tayo mag-liquidate, magka-canvas and everything po for the milk. Division na po ang gagawa niyan lahat in coordination with the National Dairy Authority.
Okay, so we have also another question here from Des Gallardo Hormiliada. Check na po gi-avail ng school sa land bank. Paano check din para sa howling?
Yes, ma'am. Yung question po na ano po yung modes of payment para sa howling, cash po yung ibabayad nyo for howling, pero yung cheque na i-issue nyo po in the name of the banded official, which is the school head or the principal, whichever the case sa school. So, cash po ang ibabayad natin dun sa hauler po natin. Pero, through the form of check na i-encash po ni school head or principal. Again, ang i-suggest po namin na modes and series po kasi itong hauling at saka transportation, isang preparation na lang po ng cheque yung gagawin po ni school head, meaning i-cash advance niya sa kanyang account o sa kanyang pangalan yung total amount po na hauling expense for the entire period po. So, hindi po yung paisa-isa na pag ngayon may hauling, in cash ka ng cheque, ngayon tapos sa next Wednesday naman po, mag-encash ka na naman ng another. Hindi po, entire po. Meaning for the month, if in particular, so isang cheque lang po ang i-ano natin. Attach nyo lang po yung required na doon po sa execute po ninyo na contract of service, specify nyo na lang po yung date as well as kung magkano po yung fees po na mag-come up ninyo with the other party. Ayun po ang ano namin, ma'am, i-advise po namin.
Okay, salamat po Sir Armand, our division accountant. Another question here, kapag hindi makuha ng parents ang gata sa Monday, pwede po ba na sa Wednesday magdoble na po? Mahirap kasi mag-deliver house to house. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
For the delivery milk po, meron ho tayong mga schemes. Pwede ho tayo in partnership with the barangay, katulad ho ng mga modules natin. Pwede ho natin magpatulong sa barangay for the delivery, or we can have private partners po na magtutulong sa atin ng delivery sa kung house to house po ang ating target sa school. If ever naman po, parents naman ang kukuha, kung hindi niya nakuha ng Monday, yun nga, as said po kanina, pwede ho niya kukunin on Tuesday. Pero we allot lang po, 24 hours. Kasi nga, since milk, madali lang ho siya ma-spoil. Yun nga, dapat makuha talaga siya within 24 hours lang.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Jill. So within 24 hours lang po pwedeng makuha yung milk. Okay, our next question. Regarding po sa transpo, sana may template upang madali na lang para sa aming mga SBFP coordinator sa school, tapos uniform lahat, hindi kanya-kanya. Good PM po.
Yes, ma'am. If that would be preferred sa field, uniform na lang po ng modes po, which is contract of service. Gawa na lang kami ng template na i-follow ng field for their engagement sa contracting sa hauling. But again, idaan pa rin siya nung proper bidding kahit na naka-contract of service ka. So, the same pa rin po ng procedure ng natin, procurement po. I-bid pa rin siya, mga canvas, yung mga documents, prepare, at the same time, approve and sign, and complete in its form o ang iyang substance, kompleto siya. As supporting documents po natin, by the time na mag-liquidate po tayo ng ating reports to the division office. Sige po, gawa lang po kami ng template po ng contract of service po para yun na lang po yung gamitin ng mga field para isang format lang po ang natin sundin.
Okay, salamat po, sir. The next question is from Cheryl Francisco. Ma'am, is there a specific time schedule for the deliveries of the milk products so that we can schedule ahead our parents for pick-up?
Ma'am Riley, since po ang NDA po together with the dairy cooperatives po ang mag-deliver.
Good afternoon po. Ma'am, hindi pa po tayo makapag-schedule kasi wala pa po sa amin yung MOA at KPO. Tapos saka lang po kami mag-start ng aming procurement process pag na-transfer po yung fund sa amin. So ngayon po, wala pa po talaga kaming hinahawakan except for that we are very positive na tuloy po yung feeding sa atin, especially dito sa Region 11. Kasi po sa totoo lang po, dalawa pa po MOA po from Region 11. The rest, wala pa po sa aming mga kami at saka kami kasi yung magpo-procurement process. Kaya pag hindi namin ma-receive yung funds, hindi po kami makapag-start ng aming procurement. But we are targeting po na makastart tayo ng the soonest possible time as soon as ma-umpisahan na namin yung aming procurement. So po, habulin namin yung October 5 na or 4 na start klase. Then, baka doon po yung ano natin, start na ating ano. Basta po, ma-receive namin din ASAP yung mga MOA at saka PO ng mga division office. Yun
Yes po. We would like to, ano na lang din po sa drop-off point schools as well as the district nurses to have a separate meeting po per drop-off point school and recipient schools para at least naman pwede na ho natin pag-usapan yung scheduling and ano po yung scheme natin per drop-off point school para hindi din ho magkagulo and malesser din ho natin yung tao. Kaya nga may drop-off point school is para hindi ho madaming tao sa school na kukuha.
Yes, tapos mag-inform ahead of time kung talagang kailan yung mag-deliver na para po ma-inform lahat, makapaghanda.
Apo. Makabigay po kayo ng list, Ma'am Rylene, as to sino po yung magde-deliver per drop-off point school? Parang coordinate, sino po ang point person per drop-off point?
Sige po, hindi ma'am, kasi pag kayo nagbigay naman kayo sa amin. So kung sino po yung naka-assign sa amin, yun na yung halimbawa sa delivery, ayun na yun. Parang sila yung magbigay na lang kami ng contact number at saka kung sino yung contact person na dapat i-coordinate natin during the time of delivery po.
Okay,
ayusin pa rin po. Hindi pa namin naplastada yung aming sa operational nito.
Sige po. Kasi we will also give you na po the list as consolidated po namin dito sa division kung liters ba or nakasachets po sila.
Yes, ma'am. Sige po. Thank you po.
So maraming salamat po, Ma'am Rylene and Miss Jill. We have here our last question. Good afternoon. Regarding the certification to be asked from barangay, specify the rate of hauling and fare. What if there is a private vehicle, sir? What will be the procedure, Sir Arman?
Actually, ma'am, the COA guidelines does not encourage the use of private vehicle because if in the case manggod simbako disgrasya dili siya authorized or dili siya mo qualify na approved means of transportation kay ang guidelines manggod provides na i-bid siya except that circumstances na walay available na mubid mo to ang last option na pwede private vehicle pero in the case of hauler naamanggoy mo bid so for protection purposes much better na i-bid na lang siya sa outside so in order for para katulad ma-protectionan ang personal kay dili siya subject sa sa guideline sa COA dili gina-encourage ang personal use of vehicle if mapansin gani ninyo ang mag-transpo wala gina-reimburse ang actual na gasolina although naay instances na gina-allow siya ang regular fare lang pero ang problema manggod maglisod ta og justify kay naay available na mga mo provide ng mga supplier so kato lang at exceptional circumstances lang pwede siya mag-grant nga gamiton ang private but then again I suggest na bid siya sa outside. Pag wala, mo na lang time nga pwede ninyo gamiton ang inyong personal na sakyanan. With respect sa certification from barangay, the purpose of such, dili pare-parehas ang singil o ang bayad sa mga hauling. Depende siya og asa ang origin niya, asa ang adtuanan. So since at our point and the point of our auditors, wala man tayo prescribed rates of one good or fair, wala tayo approve or recognize nga tariffs sa ang public thoroughfares kanang mga bayad-bayad ba, especially katong mga bukid-bukid. So dili may sa among side sa division unsaon nato pag prove kay COA na mao gyud ni ang singil. So one means is moagita sa barangay because as public office sila ang mas knowledgeable ana and they can vouch for the existing or the regular rates sa ilang lugar kay asa na locate ang inyong station or ang official station sa school, dito na barangay mo mag request, mo issue mo pud sila noon ana para mawala na tong doubt or confusion or ini ambiguity sa side sa division na ato ang i-support sa auditor if in case na mag-query sila. Mo to ang amo ang kuan.
Okay, salamat Sir Arman. We have a question here from Piedad District Nurse from Katie Mawalik. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is that what will we do with the unclaimed milk? Ms. Rox?
For the unclaimed milk po, meron, that's why as mentioned earlier, as the school shall talaga make sure na those identified beneficiaries po will signify their commitment and dedication na kailangan nila ma-pick up yung milk packs on designated dates and on designated day and time. So kaya din po tayo nag-identify ng mga secondary beneficiaries para if in case po kung malabo talaga na mapipick up ni parent yung milk is that mag-a-identify tayo ng secondary beneficiaries na willing talaga na mag-pick up ng gatas. So yun po.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rox. We have a question here. Nurse, clarify ko lang po sa taga-NDA. Yun po bang representative na magpunta sa school ay darating pagkuha ng milk galing sa drop-off points? Tama po ba yung bago i-release ang gatas from Blesil Botoy? Ma'am Raylene?
Yes, ma'am. Kung pwede po, nandun na sila sa time na dumating yung milk. But siguro i-clarify natin ngayon kung paano ba yung arrangement natin, kung okay lang ba na yung authorized inspectors at unauthorized inspector ng drop-off point will be the authorized inspector also for the schools under the dropping point? Or kailangan pa bang lahat ng inspector ng mga school, ng bawat school, pupunta din doon sa dropping point? Yun yung parang dapat linawin natin. Kasi kung okay lang na tatayo yung drop-off point na mag-inspect at saka mag-receive, pwede na hindi during the time dating yung baka pwede na ma-delay or what, kasi na-receive naman at saka na-inspect na drop-off point. Pero kung ma-agrihan natin na dapat school talaga mag-inspect ng kanilang produkto, dapat nandun sila sa dropping point. yung authorized.
Okay po, thank you Ma'am Rylene. From Beth, ang question niya is the health declaration form unified or each school has free to use any format?
For the online health declaration form po, the schools division office na lang po will prepare a template para po ifa-follow na lang po ni schools for the online para ipasok ng ICT coordinator dun sa online nila. So maggagawa na lang po ang division office ng template.
For the declaration point po, yun nga yung sabi ni Ma'am Rox kanina na dapat ho sana naka-online ho tayo kasi nga to lessen talaga yung contact ng mga personnel na nagapasok sa school, pen and paper, das delikado siya. So pwede ho tayo mag-QR code. As you can see po, isa mga establishments po natin, private establishments, ang ginagamit na nila ngayon is QR code para malesser nga yung paghawak nila ng ballpen and paper. At saka kawawa naman din po yung kumukuha ng mga papelo natin, yung nagko-consolidate, yung nag-pick up ng mga paper, yung nagtatago ng paper, baka sila ho yung mahawa. So, we are encouraging ho the schools, if ever naman po malakas yung signal sa inyo, o meron ho tayong internet connection, pwede ho na gamitin ho natin na online na lang po yung health declaration form, as well as para hindi ho tayo gagastos ng sangkaterbang papel. Kasi po per day, ilan ho ang papasok sa school po natin. Since the health declaration form po, will assure and help po sa atin if ever may mag-positive through the contact tracing.
Okay, salamat Miss Jill. We have a question from Dave Abeliana. Ma'am, sir, pwede po ba instead of howling or transpo, pwede po ba fuel na lang po para private car gamitin? So, Sir Arman?
Yes, ma'am. As na-mention kanina ng isang participant, we discourage the use of private vehicle because ang COA guidelines natin nag-specify talaga na i-bid siya. Ang reason is that the essence of the procurement will be defeated if in case i-subject siya for personal car or personal vehicle ang gamitin. Hindi ma-attain ng government yung objective niya for the utilization of funds, even though mas tipid na sabihin natin yung personal car kasi fuel lang. Ang problema man gud niyan, ma-defeat yung purpose ng bidding. Kaya may bidding tayo, hindi pwede conflict of interest kumbaga pag gamitin natin yung personal na mga sasakyan. Exception lang yan is circumstances na wala talagang magbid. Walang magbid, walang mag-donate in the form of other sector or barangay na mag-lend nung sasakyan for free. So, pwede yun. Pero in the absence of such, yung the last option or walang-wala na talaga, walang bidder, walang mag-donate, walang magbigay ng assistance na NGOs, doon siya pwedeng pumasok yung private vehicle. Pero kung meron yun, o present yun, o available yun, hindi pwedeng gamit ng personal car tapos yung fuel kasi nga ma-defeat yung purpose ng procurement act natin. Kumbaga, dineviate natin ba may technical deviation, so mahirap siya i-justify sa COA. At isa din, hindi insured kasi yung sasakyan nyo, kumbaga yung private vehicle po natin, hindi siya allowed na for the use of government transaction. If in case yung sabi ko ma-disgrasya simbako or the same na event mahitabo, hindi ma-justify yung paggamit ng vehicle na private during sa travel ninyo kasi nga it is not encouraged by the law na magamit ng private vehicle. So again, i-reiterate ko na as much as possible, i-discourage yung paggamit o hindi i-allow natin yung paggamit ng private vehicle. Even if ang effect niya is mas makatipid because na-violate natin yung Procurement Act ng law as well as ang COA circular na to prevent yung conflict of interest na tinatawag nila. Although the intention may be good, but again, we are on the form and substance mong good. Dili good siya means dapat dito gid ta sa form na siya law mong good. So para maiwasan nato ang future nga AOMs or disallowance, comply na lang ta sa law. Anyway, naman gyud po mo bid ana samot na ron nga dagag na apektuhan. So walang to ma'am ang kuan ako ma'am. Answer ma'am sa question.
Okay, salamat Sir Arman. So we have another question here from Louis Glenn Manigos. Ma'am, what will happen po if dili makuha sa Benz ang milk within 24 hours, ma'am?
Same answer kanina, Ma'am Jazz, dun sa question ni Ma'am Kitty, na if unclaimed siya, ano yung mangyayari? Still po, pipili po talaga tayo ng mga beneficiaries who are committed and dedicated po na kukunin talaga yung milk packs on designated days and time. So, wala po talaga tayong any reason po dapat na hindi nila makukuha yung milk packs. Kasi sayang naman din po na they are allocated milk packs po. Yun.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rox. May question pa tayo dito from Lot. If ever magamit og private car, sir, dili lang mag-claim og transpo. Dili lang gihapon pwede, sir? Sir Arman?
Ang answer ana, pwede man if in case na magamit sila private car or katong non-government or katong dili siya bidder, provided walay payment or walay disbursement from the government funds mahitabo. Ang kuan lang ana niya, ang disadvantage lang ana is kato lang lagi ang among ginakuan in case nga disgrasya or simbako nga nay mahitabo. Ang katong private car dili siya ma-considered as authorized modes of transportation kay again ang the procurement law naga-provide nga as much as possible i-bid or atong i-offer ang contracted services sa mga professional or katong kabalo na or usual trade of business gid nila. So moingon ka usual trade of business, mo na gid na ang ilahang negosyo, naga-drive, mo na gid na iyang ruta. So ang ginalikayan is aware na ang katong if ever ang katong nakadaog or ang hauler sa mga agihanan, sa mga dalan, unsa ba ang iyahang means of safety precaution if in case in any because sila ang inyong gihatagan og kanang canvas, unlike og katong personal lagi na sakyanan. Ang reason ana mingon mo nga dili manggod anad sa dalan kay dili mo nagaagi. The same na pod mabalik na gyapon ta sa uno, why nga personal nga sakyanan ang gigamit, kay unsa may ang rason, kay makatipid. Wala man nagingon ang kuan ang DepEd na magtipid ta kay na may budget. So dapat ang rason ninyo ato in case wala joy lain mo bid. But then again, if mo gid na ang ilahang kuan ang pleasure sa katong nag-request, dili sa ako ang point mag pa-approve siya na mag-request siya na og kuan personal ang iyahang gamiton na sakyanan, i-justify lang niya dito nganong personal, pero not necessarily nga ang rason other than those katong compelling or katong wala na gyud lain nga mobid kay protection ra gyud gihapon sa protection sa inyo ha, kay authorized manggod or on the official business manggod ang atong conduct o official business ang atong conduct na gina permi authority by granted or approved sa ato ang head of the agency. And si head of the agency as much as sa accounting, as much as si COA, wala gyud naga-encourage nga maggamit og personal nga mga sakyanan. Risk na sa actually sa kuan sa katong requestor or sa teacher nga mo gamit, bound na siya by risk, pero wala gi-encourage sa authority or sa division office na magamit. So mo to mong kuan ma'am, stand ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sir Arman. We have another question from Alvin Arevalo. Good afternoon po. Ask ko lang, tama ba na sa MOOE or school funds ang transpo?
Yes sir, tama.
Sir.
I-reiterate lang nako ang DO36, ang source of funds kay katong budget intended sa school-based milk feeding. Since as per Ma'am Roxanne, wala daw na incorporate ang transpo sa ilahang program. So dito ta sa second option, excess sa school-based feeding. Pag naisobra ang ato ang school-based, pwede niya incorporate dito. Pag wala na, the last option is the school-based MOOE. O katong MOOE downloading funds na to, downloaded funds, pwede dito siya i-claim ang inyong transportation. But necessary adjustment lang mo kay nagabuhat na ba mo ka ng mga program PPMP o ka ng cash advance request ninyo. So provide na lang mo necessary adjustment para masupport ang kuan ang charging sa transport hauling.
In addition na lang din po dun sa sinabi ni Sir Arman with regards sa transportation expenses, we are waiting na lang po for the approved na supplemental guidance kasi incorporated naman po dun sa transportation expenses. So, as of now po, we are waiting na lang sa na manumber. Actually, approved na siya ni Secretary Briones. Ang pag-publicize na lang po ang hinihintay natin para na nagitay legal basis.
So daghang salamat so far. Parang wala na po tayong additional questions. But we still have a lot of time.
May additional lang po kami with regards to the submission of the 26, yung ating for recipients po natin na list of beneficiaries. We need po na meron po tayong grade and section sa ating list since nga we will submit this to the central office as well as po sa COA po natin dito sa division office. So dapat to kompleto po sana yung ating list. And since naman ho, for now, I think halos lahat naman talaga may sectioning na since nakastart na ho talaga yung mga teachers natin on the online orientation po of your mga parents. So nakasectioning na po tayo lahat. Kasi ho, pag sasubmit natin ito sa COA at makita nila hindi ho kumpleto yung data, baka doon ho tayo legally dapat to kasi talaga kumpleto lahat. As well as para hindi ho tayo ma-question ng central office na hindi ho kumpleto yung ating mga forms. Ma'am Jazz?
Okay, salamat po, our nurse in charge, Miss Jill. Participants, wala na bang questions? So, wala na po ba? We have another question here from Vincent II. In the past weeks, it was reported that not even 1% of the milk supply was produced locally, but instead most of our milk supplies are imported abroad. Is it possible that in the long run of this program, imported milk will be given to our pupils? Ma'am Raylene?
Hindi siguro mangyayari yan, ma'am, kasi ngayon po, pinagsikapan po yan ng NDA together with the Philippine Carabao Center na ma-serve po, kahit hindi po lahat pa ma-serve ngayon for fresh milk, but we are trying our best to produce the sterilized milk para those who are not included in the fresh milk allocation will be given sterilized milk. And then the program, the objective of the program really, for the inclusion of the milk for the school-based feeding program is that this will encourage more farmers to engage into dairy business and to promote dairy industry na rin for all the Filipinos para po ma-encourage po yung ating mga farmers na mag-grow ng mga dairy animals para makapag-provide po ng milk feeding, ng milk para sa ating mga school beneficiaries. Kasi po, sa RA 11037 po, yung sa ano po, naka-apply po doon sa RA 11037 which is the National Feeding Program na yung milk na isosource out or ang milk na isosource sa ating school DepEd and GSWD milk feeding will be sourced out from the local dairy producers. So hindi po mangyayari po yan kasi po the more that we have this program, the more will be interested to join the dairy industry po.
Okay, maraming salamat Ma'am Rylene. So klaro po yun, no imported milk will be given to our pupils. So source out po natin lahat yan from our local farmers. So next question is from Elizabeth Garay Ayag. So again, sana the distribution will not be sabay sa distribution of our learning modules.
Depende na din po yun sa Ma'am Elizabeth sa scheme na gagamitin ng school ninyo. Pwede naman pong hindi isabay. Basta po nakapag-set na po tayo ng schedule that every Mondays and Wednesdays po ng ating delivery ng gata. So, si school head na po ang bahala mag-decide, ma'am, kung kailan yung distribution ng modules po.
In addition po to Ma'am Roxanne, anuhin lang po natin kaya kanina sabi mo namin kung pwede after po this orientation, yung drop-off point school and the recipient schools po, dapat po mag-meet po tayo, ipa-help lang po tayo sa ating district nurse kahit through online lang para ma-schedule po natin kano po ang much better way natin pag-distribute and pag-pick up po ng ating milks from our designated drop-off point schools.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill and Miss Roxanne. From Jean Borja Hornido, attendance link po, ma'am. Yes, ma'am Hornido, the attendance link will be posted after the session po. Okay. So, no more questions from the participants. From the speakers, meron po tayong mga additional suggestions? Okay na. So let's proceed to the last part of the program, no? So the last part of our program is the closing remarks. This will be given by our Medical Officer 3, our Chief of the School Health Section, Dr. Richel Aresco, MD. Ah, meron tayong technical difficulty since live po tayo. I will introduce to you uh, the last part of the program, which is the closing remarks, and this will be given by our Medical Officer 3, our Division Medical Officer, Dr. Richel Aresco Salcedo. Richel Aresco, MD. Wait lang. Hindi, pwede. Wait na.
In behalf of our Schools Division Superintendent Reynaldo M. Galiana, CESO 5, I would like to say thank you to all the participants who are attending to this webinar and to those who are watching. I would like also to express my thankfulness to our beloved and very considerate SDS Reynaldo M. Galiana, ASDSS Sir Basilio Manaay, and Ma'am Emma Camporedondo, SGOD Chief Ma'am Teresita Del Valle, all division personnel, my medical and dental team, all PSDSS, school heads, principals, feeding coordinator, and all the teachers who have been supportive to the health programs of the Department of Education. Thank you also to the division nurses and the TWG of this orientation. Special mention to our two division SBFP coordinators, Nurse Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap and Nurse Jill Michelle Coronel Ano for a very good and well-prepared presentation. School-based feeding program has been implemented in the Department of Education for more than 20 years now. It is one of the major programs of the DepEd because we know that nutrition is very important, especially in the school-age children for their proper growth and development. in terms of physical, social, emotional, and intellectual, and to prevent various health diseases. During this time of COVID-19 pandemic, implementation of SBFP is pursued because it is one of the identified program under the Bayanihan We Heal as One Act. Therefore, this is very challenging to us on how we can implement this program wherein face-to-face learning modality is not yet allowed. This is the time we need to strengthen our teamwork and solidarity. Let us work together with camaraderie and compassion, praying for the success of this SBFP implementation, and may God guide us always to our good intentions to our learner. We can do this. Again, thank you and good afternoon. Picture na, picture. Dali.
Mana?
Dali na.
Sige po. Ha?
Ready, let's go, let's dance. Josie. Wala na ka Josie.